Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can all the participants, can you walk down so that I can walk you to this place? Oh, this is just for the participants to be aware of this place, how.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming here this afternoon. This is the RBC Student Pitch Competition put on by the J. Herbert Smith Center. It's going to be a jam-packed afternoon of pitches, both undergraduate and graduate. We have registered 24 participant teams, 11 in the undergraduate. We did have 12. I know it says 12 in your program, but unfortunately one of the teams is ill and will not be here. And 13 in the graduate program, so it's pretty balanced between ideas and growth. For those of you who don't know, I'm Don Blakely. I'm the Innovation Entrepreneurship Strategist in the J. Herbert Smith Center. And stand in for Durendra for a little bit, as anybody could actually stand in for Durendra. So he will be around this evening. Before we start, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that UMB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that connects our two campuses between Fredericton and St. John is known as the Wolastoq, along which the Wolastoqey, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river, live. Wolastoq is also called the St. John River. So I do want to congratulate everybody here who has put their hand up and said they have an idea that they want to pitch. It's never easy, but before you start, I want you to know it's your story. Be comfortable in it. Tell your story. If people are asking you questions, they're just looking for clarification. They're not trying to catch you out. Well, maybe some of them, but no. I was looking at Paul then, not at, yeah, I know you're it. It's my great privilege now to introduce Dr. David Coleman to come forward and say a few words. David has been a longtime friend and collaborator with the J. Herbert Smith Center, works with us as the director of our graduate studies. I got that one right. Dave is, he looked at this and he's like former, but it's true. Past chair of geodesy and geomatics, and former dean of engineering in our engineering faculty. And so now I'd ask Dave just to come up and say a few words.
Well, thanks very much, Dom. And as one of the has-deans on campus, I'm pleased to welcome everyone here today. The RBC Student Pitch Competition is much more than just about pitching ideas. It's about fostering a whole culture of entrepreneurship and changing the way that people think about pursuing opportunities. But behind every business idea is a student or team who believes in their vision and is determined to make a difference. And I think it's really inspiring to see the passion and dedication that these students and their predecessors have poured into their business ideas over the years that we've had this program, this competition in place. The students' ideas represent a culmination of hard work, resilience, and a dedication. And I hope you'll please join me in wishing good luck to these aspiring entrepreneurs as they transform their ideas into reality. And once again, thanking our sponsors for supporting this great event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coleman. So this is called the Student Pitch Competition, and it's actually just not for the students that are going to come up and pitch. This is organized by the students of the J. Herbert Smith Center. And they put a lot of work into this while they're still doing their regular classwork. And so our MCs for this afternoon, I'm going to call forward here now, Santosh and Andu, and I'm going to turn everything over to them. Thank you so much for everything you do for the students. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a good day. So I'll just do a brief walkthrough of the event. So basically, we have two categories of pitch presentations: ideas in the morning and followed by current session, and followed by another pitch for growth. So in total, we have 25 participants, and for the undergrad idea sessions, we have 12 teams, and As Dom mentioned, there we might not have one team here due to some last-minute changes. The format of pitch will be, you'll be given 3 minutes to pitch your idea, and you can follow the timer here for your friends, and followed that there will be hard stop, and you will be having a Q&A session from the judges for 5 minutes. The competition will last until 6 p.m. and followed that there will be awards and dinner at 6:30. So which will be held at the Chancellor's room outside. There will be multiple breaks and networking sessions before the dinner. And we would like to thank all our sponsors for your continued support. Royal Bank of Canada, who is the main sponsors for this event and for many other events organized by J. Herbert Smith Center. And we also thank Cox & Palmer and International Business and Entrepreneurship Center for sponsoring this event.
Thank you, Santosh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see almost all the participants here. We will start with the first category. We have 2 categories, the ideas and the growth. The growth will be later in the afternoon. It's my honor to introduce the judges for this session. So we have Greg Sloan from RBC, and we would like to thank RBC for the continued support that we have been receiving. The center has been very fortunate in that sense. And we have Sydney Rankin from Profitual, and she's also a mentor in the center. We have Paul Fudge from Grant Thornton, and then he's also a mentor in the center. And then we have finally Shane Porter from NB Power. Thank you to the judges for giving us your time, and then I think we'll have a very wonderful pitches coming up from all our participants. And with that, we will begin, but unfortunately, as Santosh and Dom mentioned, FitCare, the first group that's supposed to be here, they have not turned up for some unknown reason, so we'll have to go ahead with the next team. The next team. If I'm not sure if you're ready to pitch in now. The next is
SafeMail. SafeMail.
So we'll have that change in the schedule. The FitCare is not here. We'll begin with the second group.
So, yeah, Team SafeMail can come over here.
Test. Okay. Whenever. Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Taylor. I'm a 4th-year computer science student here at the University of New Brunswick, and I have 5 years of experience in the cybersecurity space. Starting in offensive security and transitioning into defensive security, my experience has equipped me with a keen insight into the cyber threat landscape, particularly in regard to the vulnerabilities in our everyday email communications. In our digital world, email is indispensable to both our public and private communication. Yet this essential tool is also a prime target for cybercriminals who exploit it using sophisticated phishing scams and social engineering attacks. These attacks represent the leading method of compromise in cybersecurity. Our inboxes, the very heart of our digital existence, is under relentless assault. This is where SafeMail steps in. SafeMail is a service designed to shield your inbox from these pervasive threats. Unlike traditional defenses, which leave the burden of vigilance on the end user, SafeMail proactively defends against threats even before they ever reach your inbox. SafeMail transcends basic protection. It's about enabling our users to trust their email again. Our state-of-the-art system meticulously verifies the authenticity of every email and alerts our users to the legitimacy of every message. SafeMail is not just a tool, but a steadfast guardian at your digital doorstep. ensuring every email you engage with is verified for safety and integrity. In a world where cyber threats are as dangerous as they are common, ask yourself, if someone fired a bullet in your direction, would you prefer to be wearing a bulletproof vest, or ask the person beside you whether or not they think you should put one on? This is the current reality of phishing defense mechanisms, which rely on after-the-fact user reporting before they do anything. SafeMail changes the game. SafeMail changes the game by offering our users the bulletproof vest for your digital life. Join me in making security the standard, not the exception, with SafeMail. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just go ahead with the Q&A.
So you mentioned that what sets you apart is the fact that you're proactive and you catch the emails as they're coming in. Why do you think you're the first one to do this and this isn't out there in the market right now?
I think it's a particular challenge. I think a lot of businesses, they want to focus on what can drive them to make the most revenues. And a lot of the times, the simplest solution or a simpler solution is sufficient to appease one's customers. This isn't something that probably hasn't been done before, but wasn't the practical choice. Now, as technology advances, becomes faster and information becomes more reliable at a more rapid pace, the field to explore this particular style of defense is expanded as our technology capabilities grow.
There we go. I'm curious how, if this is a proactive strategy or perhaps one where you're providing that first line of defense and folks aren't feeling that pain, they aren't experiencing the problem because you're solving it for them up front. How have you thought about communicating that that risk factor to many of us? I think of my email. I'm aware of phishing and all of these things, but I don't actively take any measures that aren't automatically built into my Gmail account today. Right. So how do you intend to capture an audience without allowing any of your customers to truly feel the pain point?
Right. So part of our strategy is the way we are going to, or the way we are planning to deliver the analysis for each individual email. So the process would work in this way. An email would come into your inbox, routed through our system, and attached to it will be the analysis. So if you receive an email and you're saying, yeah, I'm not sure about this, but I'm not sure what to look for, maybe because I'm not as security conscientious or I'm not big into email or whatever the reason might be, there's a wide variety of reasons, all you have to do is quickly scroll down, take a look at what the analysis said, scroll back up and decide whether or not you trust that content.
Thanks. And your pitch was very, very well done. I encourage you to, the next step, to go off book. You're very authentic and natural when you answer questions. And I almost feel like using your notes and going off of script, like it was a phenomenal presentation, but even just the way you're answering these questions, the day you can get off book and just deliver like this pitch with that confidence, like I see you on a Techstar stage. So you're really close, but like that's the next step and you're almost there.
Thank you.
Hi, Zach. Thanks for the presentation. For your system, do the end users on each side need to have it, or is it a pre-filter system? How does that work, and how would it compare to like a VPN tunnel?
So a VPN tunnel would take all of the traffic you receive on a particular device. So it's not tailored particularly for something like email. But to address how we would get these emails, we have, or I have figured out a system for any particular user to be able to set up their Gmail, their Outlook, whatever email service they're providing, to route their emails directly to us. So maybe I'm not quite answering your question. But that process takes less than 10 minutes to set up, and it's a very simple process that I believe anyone should be able to follow.
So it would sort of be a SaaS system and not reside on my device?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm usually not used to mics, so I'll try and keep my voice down a little bit. I'll just echo what Cindy and Paul said about your authenticity. Great presentation, lots of enthusiasm. It's great to see. In terms of a value proposition for an end user, I'm thinking more on the company side of things, have you looked at what the stats are between a number of emails that make it to the end user that's a phishing attack, that they've been trained on what to look for and then reporting it, versus those that are not and that are relying on something to prevent it?
Yeah. So I spent the last year of my co-op work term working in cybersecurity, particularly in this phishing space. And what I've discovered through that professional practice is that the majority of people who are clicking on phishing links, they're just doing it by mistake. Which means it's not something that security awareness training directly solves. So any human being is capable of making any mistake. They are the biggest vulnerability in any cyber landscape by margins, because we can't preemptively control what people will or won't do. And so because of that, this system gives you that information, exactly what you need, when you need it. And if you don't need it, then fantastic. That works great for the people who the security awareness training. But for the people who are clicking on these, anyone from C-suite executives to everyday people, sometimes you just need a little bit of information to guide you in the right direction to make the right decision and not get yourself into a bit of a mess. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, SafeMail, for your presentation. So now we call upon Joel Byte. And just to remind you, this is an elevator pitch, and any aids such as even including the written notes are not encouraged. So kindly keep that in mind. Joel Byte? Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Saeed and I'm from Byte. Imagine reaching your office on a wonderful morning with an excellent mood, and then you suddenly realize, where's my access card? Haven't we all gone through this? What if we could have it in one place? What if we could have it on our finger? That's right. Imagine a ring that could hold all the pieces of information you need, your access card, your security cards, maybe even your credit card. It's environmentally friendly and waterproof. The world has come a long way. It is an era where we can take advantage of this opportunity. This is a market that has grown $147 million in 2022 and is expected to grow tenfold by 2032 to $1.4 billion. Why do we want to capitalize on this market? The user has an interest in well-being and fitness devices. This is well-being and fitness devices, which, excuse me.
Deep breath, we got this.
Yes. The user has an interest in fitness and well-being variables. A ring that can have it all. Your access cards, your health monitoring information, such as heartbeat rate. So the next time you're browsing through your wallet and looking for that card, think about that one ring. One ring replaces all through the journey in the modern world. Thank you.
I'm going to ask maybe a simple question, but from a design perspective. So you're saying a ring. So is there going to be visually, what's the ring going to look like? Is there going to be many different styles? Or are you going to go with one approach? What are you thinking from a design perspective?
So our goal is to, just like other industry currently available products that offer wearables offering the same health monitoring service, we want to tailor it to the user's needs. So that would be like a stylish, fashionable item that complements every user's personal style. The goal is to make use of NFC tags that can store this information and make use of minimal circuitry to have health, for example, heartbeat rate monitoring.
So if I look at competitors, Aura, actually first I have to say that I was really hoping for like a Lord of the Rings, like one ring to rule them all reference at the end. I was a little devastated. I thought you were going to get there. Yeah. But if I think of competitors, so what are they doing wrong or not doing today that makes you believe you're going to outperform them with your product?
I believe they've taken the right step in the direction. However, with the new era where our interest is to have and all sorts of tools or access to all our information, which are credit cards or a personal wearable, this is an excellent opportunity for us to combine them into an innovative way. So engineer a solution that has both NFC tags inside that have your credit card information, your access card, and so on, and then as well as incorporate on the inside, similarly how our competitors are doing right now.
And to add, Aura Ring starts from around $400 to have this functionality of fitness tracking. And as per the current trends, not all wearables are really accurate in fitness tracking, but what we provide is a simplistic value. So we will have the minimal circuitry. The ring won't need any charging at all, and our NFC tags would be rewritable for up to 10,000 times, so user can switch the cards if they don't need through just an app.
If I can ask, what's the beachhead target customer segment here? Is it to be a competitive player in the like fitness tracking space, but you also do the other things? Or is it to be a competitor with your Apple Wallet, Apple Watch, and you also track fitness?
So for our first phase, our focus is on storing the digital data of the customer, and we incorporate features like digital identity storage and GPS tracking. If someone lost their ring, they can track it. But so far, we haven't touched on the fitness part yet because it needs a further research and some organization.
Thank you. When you think about your concept, where do you see it falling, or who do you think your end customer will ultimately be versus having everything on my phone, wearing that Apple Watch or device or a Garmin watch, and wearing your Ring device? Is it complementary, or is it meant to be a replacement?
So currently we're looking into as both complementary and also the opportunity to replace the current options. As the desire for the consumer who's using the Apple Watch or having their phone, for example, their desire is not as to what the Ring has or what the phone has, but it's in terms of what features do I have. The desire to be able to, pay with your phone, pay with your Ring. At the same time, that Ring is also recording health information. So we're solely basing it off on the consumer's interest to have this new and innovative solution that transitions them from the Apple Watch, for example, onto or simply a Ring, something that we had always imagined in the past.
Thank you. Just a thought process for you to think about as you go through. I hate Apple Watches. But when I think about it, and I don't know the market, and you've obviously thought about this, but generally, women tend to wear more rings than men. I am not going to wear another ring besides my wedding ring. But I have a watch collection, and you pointed at your watch. And if you had a complementary device that I could attach to my watch as a man, that might be something that would be complementary, but it just goes on a different piece of jewelry for me, and it's not a ring.
Thank you.
Excellent, thanks, great pitch. In terms of security, have you thought about how the ring will identify, I think Lord, its master, and the person that owns it? Because I think ring is something that you could easily lose, especially if it's not something like your wedding ring or something like that. Have you thought about how easy it would be to shut down, or how it can identify the person that owns it?
Yeah, that's actually a concept in development. So currently we're envisioning a fingerprint sensor that the user, the owner of the ring, would be able to scan and then activate the ring, or activates its function. So this is more of something that, as we're progressing through our design phase, we're covering quite the ground, but that is the hope to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel Byte, for your presentation. So now we'll give a couple of minutes for the judges for your evaluation.
Or if you can announce louder who's going to be.
Sure.
Someone getting into it before I realize.
The next one, as per this schedule. Okay. Yeah, this is Joe Byte. Maybe that's the.
Maybe the only one got messed up. Maybe can you pass this to?
Maybe that's the.
Just wait for them.
Mine's printed off.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. So now we call upon RS Nightclub for their presentation.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I am opening Eris Nightclub in Moncton. Eris Nightclub is the solution to Moncton no longer having a gay bar. The absence of a designated safe and inclusive space for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community is a big problem, because it led to people feeling isolated from not being able to go out in the same way that non-queer people are able to. It's always a great feeling to be with your community, people who are like you, who share similar experiences and ideas. Plus, it can be unsafe for queer people to go out due to rising hate crimes, especially for trans individuals or the drag community. According to Statista, there has been an increase of 128.64% of hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation in Canada from 2012 to 2021. RS Nightclub will be a place of acceptance, diversity, and being your authentic self. A gay bar will make it so you can be yourself and not have to explain your identity to people who wouldn't necessarily understand. This community connection can be life-saving, as without queer spaces, people feel as if there's no queer community, which is what creates said feeling of isolation. At RS, there'll be various events from drag performances to nightclub events like dance parties on weekends. Weekdays we'll have karaoke, trivia, sapphic nights. I've had numerous organizations contact me to have their events in my bar, festival after parties, queer parent nights, dry nights. RS will have it all. Sorry, I'm blanking. Sorry. The interest in RS has been big as I've had multiple successful tester events, and my following continues to grow on Instagram with almost 900 followers and around 4,000 accounts reached per month. Last year, I conducted a survey with 612 survey responders and 98.2% saying they see a need for a gay bar in Moncton. The income, yes. So you can see on the financial statement projections, I'll be requiring $65,000 and contributing $20,000. You can also see that there will be a net income of $66,000 by March 2025, $134,000 by 2026, $164,000 by 2027. At this point in my journey, I'm in the process of acquiring a commercial property for the bar, and I plan to open in Pride Month in June. I'm seeking the funding to sustain myself financially while my savings are going.
Your time is over.
Yeah. Oh, the Q&A, right.
A great presentation, and you've clearly identified that there's a need for this in the market.
Yes.
Why do you think that, so there's a need, but always the first person into a market with a need isn't always successful. Why is your idea the most successful one? Why will it be successful versus there's simply a need, which is great, but how are you gonna truly take advantage of that?
Yes, I was actually expecting this question. So Triangle's closed down because the owners retired. Pink Flamingo took over, and then that shut down because of COVID. So really, it's just about time for someone to just take over and open a space. There's also the fact that the need has changed. So let's say back in the 90s, you would go to the bar to meet someone, whereas now there's like dating apps, social media, and now the need is to have many events and be with your community and your family and your friends in that sense more so. So that's why I'm going to have like events every night.
I'm super excited because I've heard of you. I've heard of this business. This is super cool. I'm super excited about what you're doing. I love that I spend all day building financial models and working within financial models. So I'm giddy that you've put this in front of me. I'm curious what you are going to do differently to be a business that generates positive net income in what I'm going to consider your first full year of operating.
Yes, so the events, so there's admission for the events, and as well as I might incorporate bar snacks, which is a bit different than like a regular bar. That's really what attracts customers is the events now. Like I was explaining, there was before you didn't need events. Yeah. Now it's like the events that attract people and like get your money rolling and everything.
Yeah. So. I guess I just want to share the feedback that that is so difficult to do in a first 1 to 3 years of operating your business, and that it isn't necessarily, obviously if you could generate like positive net income that quickly, wonderful, but you don't necessarily have to be a successful business. And I would argue that you should be taking anything that you would generate and doubling down, reinvesting. I saw you had very little spend allocated for advertising. Double down in those areas that are going to continue to generate revenue for you. You've given me this to pick on because you've put it in front of me, but I'm largely just impressed that you came today with it. Yeah. But yeah, a really great pitch and super excited the traction that you're even generating in the ecosystem.
Thank you.
Hi, Ari. Great pitch, very clearly articulated that there's a need. I guess I have two questions. For running a nightclub or an event space, do you or anybody you know that might help you have experience in that? And the second one is, you specifically named the two previous gay clubs that were available in Moncton. Have you reached out to those owners to get advice and feedback and maybe see what they did for financials and where they thought they could have done better?
Yes, definitely. So I've been in contact with the owners of the 90s and 2000s gay bar. I've only talked to them a couple times, but the owner of Zeros was also the owner of Pink Flamingo. And I've had events in his bar, and he's kind of taken on like a mentorship role. He's even invested. He's sent me money for like when I open, and because I have a GoFundMe running, and so he had sent some money there. So it's a good. Yeah.
And you mentioned you've already done events. So what's your background or your team's background with a nightclub and running events?
So I've done a few tester events to also fundraise. All of them were done in Zeros because Joel has taken on that mentorship role. And they've been pretty good. It's helped me kind of get to know the target market and kind of like how to advertise on social media for these kinds of events and like what's going to attract people more. And how many people, kind of get a sense of how many people will show up to different kinds of events.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks. Great presentation, very clearly articulated. I appreciate that. Paul took my original question on lessons learned from the previous owner, so I'll move off kind of to the side. Have you contemplated being new to the space and, owning a club, I'm assuming, is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Have you looked at partnerships or joint ventures with some of the clubs that already exist in the city until you get yourself on your feet? You talk about having a mentor. Have you had any conversations about going in together, a little more than just investing?
Not necessarily with like other bars, but more so organizations like River of Pride or Fierté Dieppe. Like they are big supporters of the business, and they plan on supporting me all the way through. So kind of other organizations or businesses that will be helping me and collaborating on things.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, RS Nightclub. And we will have a couple of minutes given to the judges for the evaluation.
While the judges are compiling their scores, a little bit of housekeeping work. For those coming outside UNB, if you need to use Wi-Fi, we have the password and the ID here. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll have a networking session. Please, we would like to invite you to be there because that's the most exciting moment that we'll have with amongst the participants as well as with the judges. So we would also like to invite the judges to remain back for the dinner and the networking. Networking will be at 6 o'clock, followed by dinner at 6:30.
Now we call upon the team Second Bloom for their presentation.
No, I'm good. It's okay. Yeah, I think I'm good.
Anytime.
Hello everyone, let us tell you a story. My name is Maria, here is Nicole. We're close friends who had exactly the same dilemma, an overflowing wardrobe and a growing concern for the environment. Determined to make a difference, we started this journey together. Our evenings were no longer just the casual gatherings over tea. They became brainstorming sessions. And our napkins became our canvas for sketches. And from those humble beginnings, something truly special emerged.
Second Bloom. Fashion contributes to 20% of water waste and pollution. Every year, millions of tons of garments end up in landfill. With Canada contributing to this concerning statistics, we need to act now.
That's why we are proud to present an innovative online marketplace for pre-owned clothing. Our platform offers a wide range of content that covers different topics from current fashion trends to tips for sustainable living.
Creating an account is the first step toward joining our community. Whether you're looking to sell, buy, or do both, our platform gives you a unique experience. Through local donations and online transactions fee, we are contributing to a circular fashion economy.
Imagine having a virtual stylist who knows your taste inside out, recommending you items that perfectly complement your unique style and existing wardrobe. But it's more than just fashion. It's about simplifying your life and making a real impact. By embracing Second Bloom, you're contributing to two important global goals: Sustainable Development Goal 12, which focuses on responsible production and consumption, and Climate Action Goal 13, which is aimed to create a greener future for everyone.
Our revenue model have a diverse streams, including the sale of second-hand items, partnership with sustainable business, and transactions fee.
Our strong commitment to quality, authenticity, and community sets us apart from our competitors.
The global second-hand market appears to grow 120% by 2026, giving Second Bloom a chance to thrive. Our customers are busy individuals who are budget conscious and value convenience and eco-friendly practices.
Join the journey with Second Bloom. Life moves fast,
but fashion moves faster.
Great presentation, lots of enthusiasm. Love the teamwork up there. In terms of logistics, I didn't hear anything on how the clothes move. So how do my clothes get to my end user? Because the buyer, if they don't live, down the street.
Okay, I got it. So we were thinking, since we want to base first of all in New Brunswick area, and for the beginning, specifically in Fredericton, since we are students and we reside here, so probably for those who have a possibility to drop off their contributions to us personally, we would take care of them, and we would take care of the resale. But in the other cases, when people, for example, from other areas than Fredericton, they would like to sell straight away to the buyers, we would just charge the transaction fee.
So are you thinking for those that drop off, that would be kind of a consignment thing? You'd sell on their behalf and they'd take a bit of the profit? Okay, Thank you.
Great presentation. When you've been thinking about this concept and all the napkins, and some you saved and some you probably didn't, which ones survived? And the ones that survived the napkin purge, when you think about competition in this space, who was the competition and how are you different from them?
Well, when we were developing this project, I wanted to tell you that it begins as a social enterprise. We have been working in more than 6 months in this project, and when we were develop our business plan, we searched that our main competitors are Pushmark and Facebook Market, but we also contemplate as a direct competitors, Value Village and all thrift stores. And itself, maybe a third party could be Marshalls and Winners because they also access to fashion. But we difference us as a mark is our AI technology, is like the personal experience in the app, and we help you to clean your wardrobe.
And just one follow-up question, please. So you named a wide range of competitors just then. So do you have and maybe I'm going to steal one of your questions. Do you have like an opening? Where's your first target market that you're going at? Because you went from Value Village to Poshmark, and that's not the same target market, customer/buyer.
Sure. We were develop also a persona where is a customer who is budget conscious. It's learning about eco-friendly practices, and also in the business plan, this persona is between the age of 25 and their 30s. So we are focusing in a target who values the sustainability aspect of our app, of our online platform.
In addition to that, I would like to say that it's also for people who are value their time and they want to buy online, so they don't have to waste time to go to physical stores, you know.
Thank you.
So I have a question around consideration that you've put to your ability to generate initial traction being in the hands of the supply side of this arrangement. If I assume this is an app or a website, the ability to have something that, you know, I would be interested in purchasing, it depends on a ton of factors, my style, my size, all of that. And so I have to assume that there would need to be an initial inventory buildup that's diverse enough that you would be able to launch. And I'm just curious to know what thought you've put into what that would need to look like and how you would attract those initial suppliers of your first pieces.
So the initial idea is the AI technology that you would open the portal, right? And you would write like your height, your favorite colors, and then you could upload some pictures of your already existing wardrobe. And based on that, AI would analyze also, you can say which clothes you use very often, like on a daily basis, and which you use maybe once a year, and it's not very important to you. So then it would be suggested for you to sell those, and maybe based on your taste and everything that you have, you will have some suggestions what you can buy from our website.
And adding to that, for the suppliers, a problem was because it's true, we maybe not contemplated donations at the beginning, and that's why we want to do partnership with sustainable businesses who work in the same values as us, but also thrift shops, but we want to differentiate with not having a lot of stuff that it's actually that people is not gonna buy or is not in a good state. That's why we also are very highlighting our return policies and how we receive the clothes and how they are in the app.
That actually leads into the question I was going to ask, because it's interesting, like, you know, there's folks that like to go online and purchase, but there's also folks that like to go in and try clothes, because clothing is very personal. And then you put in the fact that it's already used clothing. And so you did talk about your return policy, but just some thoughts about, and I know you said they could drop it off to you, but there's probably a potential when you get bigger that they can just take pictures of it themselves and post it on. And but how are you thinking about that, of getting around the fact that it's used clothing and sort of vetting that? So, because you have a return policy, but you don't want to return a whole bunch of stuff. So if it's not coming through you, how are you going to vet the quality of the clothes that's coming on so that the consumers are happy?
I'm sorry. So our return policies function in this way. We are going to retain the money. and we are gonna make sure that both parties are okay with it. One with the selling, and the other party, that the customers, they receive their clothes good. We're still develop the return policy, so I cannot exactly answer your questions, but we don't. We contemplate also that we don't want to return a lot of stuff to people, but we want to make sure that what it's in the app, it's something that our customers actually gonna buy and they're in a good state.
So technically, we would be like in the middle between the seller and customer. So the customer will pay us, we will receive the money, and then if the seller says everything is good, we're gonna keep our percentage and then pay to the seller.
Can I ask one? 30 seconds. What about a thought that it's when you vet, like, some of these as a seller, they vet me. So if I sell some junky stuff and then I get a lower mark, have you thought about that, like a way of putting quality control on the sellers and the buyers? That's
Actually a good idea. Like, I just thought about it, that, for example, that we can, for example, Facebook Marketplace, they have their ratings, and I thought that we could use the same thing, but I'm not completely sure about the system because we're still developing our idea. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ken Bloom, for your presentation. Judges, yeah, you have a couple of minutes for your evaluation.
So while the judges are again compiling, we would like to remind the participants that we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A. So please be concise when you try to answer the questions, so that all the judges get an opportunity to ask their, or seek clarification. Then when you make presentation, we have, again, just as a reminder, we have a timer here. So make the most out of the time that you're getting, and then present as much as possible within that 3 minutes time. And once again, we would like to thank all our sponsors for sponsoring this event every year. So every year we have this RBC student pitch, and particularly RBC for the continued support.
Okay. Now our next team before the break is League Durrani. We'll invite them for the pitch.
Hello, my name is Ariana Khan Barakzai, and I have an idea about a bridge. So reimagine an image of yourself waking up in the morning, dropping your children off to school, but you're stuck in traffic. We already have a Westmoreland Bridge, which was fully funded of $4.1 million by our Minister of Transportation. So I had another idea of recreating another bridge. Why not on the other side of McKean and Cliff Road? By having another bridge of $3.7 million, we already have a whole pie of seeing on 2020 that 63,000 people, we have a total population of people of 63,000 people, but in 2023, we had 71,000. The population of people are increasing in Fredericton, and we have to find a solution for this. We are scared of waking up at 6 a.m. in the morning. Some people want to get themselves and go to the gym to get motivated. Some people need to go to work, but we're stuck in traffic 10 minutes and we're left behind. So I'm not only here to be committed as a person to speak on my own self-behalf, but I've met a lot of seniors and have their ideas in mind who wanted another bridge in Fredericton, and I do really keep their ideas in mind, and this is really an important thing that should be done in Fredericton. In Fredericton, I've seen a lot of stuff, a lot of bridges. 2 of them I've already seen, and Westmoreland is also a very hustling bridge when you see people on it, and you can also see your transportation buses that you can see after like 1 hour they're going to be on the north side. But if you reconstruct another bridge of total of an amount, if the minister Gel Gree invests 3.7, we can reconstruct another bridge and the buses can be on their time and on their routes. So by seeing some people going to hospitals or any other centers for an eye exam or any other appointment, but each and every senior citizen is left behind. So young generations can go and buy their cycles or go buy a car, but what should we do for our senior citizens? That's important, to keep senior citizens in mind and do something for them and on their behalf, and make Fredericton a better city, a better place for the upcoming generation.
Thank you very much for that. Just in terms of costing there, you cited a $3.7 million cost for a bridge. Where did that number come from?
So, sir, when you construct all of the amount, truly everything, so we can see the Westmoreland Bridge is 2,640 feet long. So when we construct another bridge, that's going to be like about 2,320 feet long, which is going to come out cost approximately 3.7. So if we also construct the amount of steel and concrete used in it and a bit of wood, so the whole calculations.
Okay. Have you had anyone vet those numbers?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. When you think about an additional bridge for Fredericton, what are some of the other benefits that you thought about besides the ones you mentioned already in your presentation?
The other benefits, we can see that we already have buses in Fredericton at King's Place. We can see each and every bus arriving at the north side after 1 hour. But if there's another additional bridge, we can see buses after like 25 minutes, just like we can see in Toronto Square One or Mississauga. We can see trains, GO transits and stuff. But Fredericton is also getting populated. We can see the population of people year by year. And if we check it by 3 years, the population has gradually increased to 71 to 72,000 people.
Thank you.
No problem.
I love that you started mentioning larger cities, because it was the first thought I have when you articulated that this pain point kind of hovered around having to sit in traffic for, say, 10 minutes or so. And forgive me if it's just an anecdote that you used in the pitch, but I've sat in traffic on the QE2. I would sit in 10 minutes of traffic in Fredericton any day. So I'm curious how big of a problem is this if we look at other other busier cities where the status quo of sitting in traffic can be upwards of an hour, and the onus is on people, on individuals to wake up earlier, get themselves to work. I'm not saying it's the better solution, but there are certainly larger populations that have just accommodated to that.
So by keeping that in mind, if we don't construct a bridge by 30 or something, but there is going to be a bridge needed because the population is really increasing in Fredericton when you see new people around. And when I checked all of the statistics of Fredericton, so I saw a gradual increase of like 2,000 to 3,000 people in just like 2 years, and that was a lot.
Thank you.
Great presentation, very enthusiastic and well delivered. I'm going to piggyback. I actually had this. I lived in Toronto and I commuted in Calgary, and this is a breeze here, so I don't see it as a problem here. But as a different angle, I've been here for 2.5 years and don't have a doctor yet. And so you talk about a need of a bridge, but what about people that say, would that money not be better spent in healthcare or other things where there actually isn't a greater need, I would say?
That's an amazing question, but if you check another place, I do agree with this that there's no doctors, family doctors or physicians that we can go, but sometimes we do have some concerns or any other places if we be on time to the hospital, and that money can also be invested in a hospital. And yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, if I can just, the nuance here is that with other products or services, that a lot of the times, unless B2C, let's say, the decision-making power is in what each individual person would value. When you're making implementing something that's supposed to impact an entire community and your value proposition lies around kind of your opinion or even a segment of that population's belief that that's the best money spent, it totally changes the lens and the approach in which you have to pitch. We asked a lot of questions about validating this with data and pieces like that, because suddenly the buyer decision-making power doesn't just revolve around me, it revolves around you advocating for a much larger population. So I just want to acknowledge that, one, you've given yourself a significant challenge in doing this, but also just would caution to consider how that might influence the way you would go to pitch this again or in another scenario. I would argue that including a lot of references to data points and things like that are going to be part of the battle that you will face in having to advocate for a larger group of buyers than just the independent buyer.
Thank you, and again, I will echo the enthusiasm. You came in hot. It was great. Just in terms of, because we hear about the new bridge all the time, and this is, since you're so passionate about it, maybe I can give this to you to look into, so I don't have to look into it. Is there an avenue, an opportunity to fix or improve access to the current bridges? Because if I think about the Princess Margaret Bridge, how they've talked about the roundabout on the other end, and I know on the south side it's a little difficult to get to the bridge. Have you looked into any of that on trying to improve traffic flow that way?
I did check that way, but if you can see in whole Fredericton, we only have about 2 Walmarts. One is on the north side and one is on the south side. People mostly live on above the Brookside, Union Street, McKean Street, on these kind of streets. Even if we, for an example, construct a bridge on the other side, which we already have, there's no hospitals or any convenience stores that people can go. And each and every student has to come to UNB or New Brunswick College of Craft and Design, or employees have to go to their offices or BMO Bank or TD. So the bridge should be near Westmoreland, so each and every person can be on time for their destination.
Thank you, Leek Jurani, for your presentation. So now we will have a short break, and the next presentation will start sharp at 1:55, so we will recommend all be here by 1:55 p.m. And I would like to take this moment to thank all our sponsors for their continuous support. RBC is our main sponsor for this event, and all other events that happen in J. Butchman Center. And we also like to thank Cox & Palmers and International Business and Entrepreneurship Center for sponsoring this event. Oh, sorry. There is also a booth set up by Cox & Palmer at the main foyer. I will kindly recommend to all of you to go and have a look.
Oh, well, and it's not am I supposed to
Welcome back everyone again. So, following the break, we invite the team Mini Doc for their presentation.
Can we not use mic instead?
Or you may not be loud for all the audience.
Okay, sure. Okay. And we will start now. Oh. Have you ever have a pain in your body and trying to figure out what it is? Well, I had. A couple of days back, I had a stomachache in the lower left of my belly, and I was too lazy to go to the clinics, and they were too expensive for me. So I searched it up on Google, and there was too much information. And I remember that one told me that I had cancer. And the thing is, not only me and you, but 80% of American adults search for information online, and 75% of them struggle to identifying the key information. So I came up with a solution. Hi, I'm Chris, COO and co-founder of MiniDoc, a website that let you check minor symptoms. The website that let you check minor symptoms with simple clicks on your body and answering some few relevant questions. And you can have the result with a price at $199. We also link with nearby clinics and refer them to you with an 8% referral fee. And with your consent, we can send the result directly to those clinics so you don't have to do all of the paperwork and waiting room anymore. Our target market is the telehealth service industry in the US with a market size of $30.4 billion US. And some of our competitors including Teladoc, which is time consuming to get the result, or Google and ChatGPT with too much information. Our competitive advantages can be seen like symptom visualization and time efficiency with a price that is even lower than a cup of coffee. And so that we can help out new immigrants, international students, and people with low financial advantages.
And imagine what, with the help of MiniDoc, you can eliminate the waste of paper and all the traveling costs by using our website. So our revenue for the first year would be $95,000, involving some operating costs and some expense for running a website. So we need $100,000 bank loan from Chase Bank and $45,000 from each of us for the reserve funding that would be used for unexpected expense. So over than that, we need 11,208 customers for breaking even. So, which we aim to get after 1.5 years.
So, say goodbye to the hassle of shifting through overwhelming data and welcome to a seamless and efficient healthcare experience. So, are you ready for an easier guide?
And healthier life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Really appreciate that. In terms of the data and the information, where's that coming from?
So to answer this, we have prepared this project for a while now, and we have our own medical team that is medical expertise in their field with consult from medical books and doctors.
Okay. Just one other follow-up question. So just trying to understand what's going on. So consumer would go to your platform or download the app or whatever it is. They put in their symptoms and they'd come out with a couple diagnoses, not so much the cancer and the big ones that you always get on the internet, but,
yes,
but some real life ones. So that would be, that would be the spit out of it, and that would be through AI or through. So is there someone on the other end actually providing that information?
So how it works is it works like a database website, and all of the database that I have mentioned before are consulted by our medical advisor.
Okay.
So you can know that the information you're getting is legit, coming from legit sources, medical books and expertise and so on.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, very enthusiastic presentation. Have you thought about like the malpractice and insurance side of this and the liability of misdiagnosing someone and say, listen, you know, you just have a headache, go on home, and it's something more serious?
That is an amazing question for you to ask, because for this, let me can say that if anything's happen while the patients the customers are at the clinics, and the clinics are responsible for the things that happen there. But if our diagnosis is not correct, we will take the responsibility for it. But remember that we already put this disclaimer on our website, that is, all diagnosis cannot be 100% correct due to user input. They can input the wrong input, so the outcome might be coming out not as you wanted.
Okay, thank you.
Great presentation. I found the pain point a little bit difficult to track with how you explain potential customer segments. I imagine a group of individuals that might go to Google, search some symptoms, and it might not be for something that they either intend going in with the search or that results in something that they would need medical intervention. It might be something where they can go to the pharmacy and they're just trying to figure out, should I take Advil or aspirin? And then there's kind of that critical problem of getting folks in front of or access to a physician in areas where they wouldn't have one. Can you talk to me about which one of those is your true kind of target go-to-market approach?
So the target audience and user are those like more concerned about health problems, but they have like low financial advantages, because like for some minor symptoms, going to a clinic may be so expensive for them, and they are our target users. And maybe like they intend to go to a website to find for a result, not like incidentally.
No, that helps. So the problem that you're trying to address is that barrier to receiving medical care, and you would be in a competitive market with someone like Maple, for example. Are you familiar with that platform?
We have not heard of Maple before.
Okay,
Sorry
cool.
for that.
I think it would be one that's worth, especially in the North American market, it would be one that I would look up. It's the first that pops to mind that's offering something similar, and I'd be curious to chat with you again in the future once you've taken a look at that to learn a little bit more about how you would differentiate.
Oh, thank you for your recommendation.
So kind of along those lines, I understand that the challenge is, I identified earlier, I don't have a doctor here yet, so I'm one of those ones I have to go on Google and look things up. But I don't really see how what you've described as your product is really differentiated, other than you have a group of medical professionals and behind vetting the information, but I don't see it really different than going on to Google and searching something. Maybe you can explain a little bit more how it is actually different. I could see if maybe I have to wait some time and a medical professional is actually looking at it and coming back. But if it's simply just a variation of a way to sort through information, I'm not seeing the true value proposition.
Because the thing when you look it up on Google, the information will be all over the place, and sometimes it could be confusing. And for our website, it will be much more easier for people to see, because it is compactly designed and everything is very straightforward. So it's easier for people to read or know about what is happening in their body.
And also I want to add up that Google and AI has been developed for so long, but 80% of Americans still search for health information, and 75% of them still cannot refrain from taking the key information for them about their health information. So that's why we come up with this idea.
So you're doing the sorting for them, to some extent.
Thank you, Team MiniDoc. And while our judges are evaluating the pitch, I would like to take this moment to thank you everyone for participating in this pitch competition. RBC Student Pitch Competition is one of the important events to J. Herbert Smith Center. and your participation is invaluable to us. And after this, we still have 4 more teams for the morning ideas sessions. And following that, we will have a break of 30 minutes from 2:55 p.m. Now can we invite, I like to invite team pickup for the presentation. Team pickup? Yeah.
Thank you. Did I just start it? My name is Mubashir Hussain. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the startup called Pickup. Pickup, from an outer perspective, it's a recreational event management platform. But what we're really designing is something we like to call an ecosystem, a comprehensive virtual ecosystem. The problem we're trying to solve here is, the NB, like most of the Canadian provinces, they have a real issue when it comes to virtual tools, digital resources. And in this context of recreation, right, it kind of sucks. So what we're trying to do is kind of revamp those tools, right, and offer them a better kind of centralized software for that. The value added, right, what we're trying to add is something called automation, right? It's not very foreign, right, but it might seem like it for, if you go on those government websites. Automation, right, and based on our tool, it's just going to be basically automation will be like a complete dashboard, let's say, right? A dashboard of tools that has to do with those game management, event management, and the facilities as well, right? Another product of ours that we're offering, not just the administrative part of things, like the event management tools, but a concept called gamification, right? Which is the employment of video game techniques in non-video game settings, right? Which is, we consider not to be only a value added or an entertainment value, but also a way for, let's say, merging industries or third-party members of the community to kind of, segue into this virtually untapped promotional landscape of events, right? But that's basically Pickup, yeah.
So I wrote down, so event planning, digital tools, event management, and gamification. I'm familiar with all of those items. I actually don't understand what you're pitching, what your product is. So maybe just tell us in a very short, what is your actual, I don't know if the judges want to know, but I'm not exactly sure what you're pitching.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, it's like a virtual or a recreational event management platform. So you might have heard of event management applications, right? Anything that, it varies from, booking apps, whether you're booking for the barber or, booking something else or a facility of any sort, or like something like Meetup, for instance, right? Where you just organize events and kind of put it on a map somewhere for everybody to see. So that's what an event management program is, and that's what we're building. A little different from that, though, is that we're kind of, going in a little deeper, and instead of making it just a regular event management program or an application, it's more of a ecosystem, right? I don't want to take any time of the question. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I struggled with how much of the pitch was anchored around buzzwords.
Sure.
So like automation, but then you talked about a dashboard. Like a dashboard doesn't necessarily imply automation. You talked about ecosystem. So can you explain to me, use event? Are you familiar with Eventbrite?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure, yeah.
So we're both on the same page. We know what Eventbrite is.
That's right.
Without the use of buzzwords,
Okay.
how would you be different? If I was hosting or planning an event, how would you be different than Eventbrite? Why would I go to you than someone else?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, okay, instead of going to Eventbrite, right? Eventbrite might have a totally different market sector or a user persona, right? Me, I'm only focusing on recreational athletes, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's new information to us. That's awesome.
That's the first thing I kind of started with, is a recreational event management platform. Yeah, that might have been, that's on me. That's on me. Yeah, that's on me. Yeah, absolutely.
So simply put, you have people in Fredericton want to play football. There are facilities and there are people looking to play. We're the marketplace where both come together. Let's say you move from here to Halifax. If you're looking to play, oh, where do I go? Oh, maybe you can talk to that guy. But if you have the app, anywhere in Canada that you go, you're able to find people who are looking to play. You register via the app. Everybody goes and plays. The facility is now utilized. For example, Nashua 6 Middle School, the Dome at UNB, for example, will be at its utilization. And for example, people are able to play. Even if you move to somewhere you don't know anybody there, you're able to play whatever recreational sport you're looking to play, simply put.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah.
So when you think about the the first target market rollout, how does gamification connect to your first target market? How does that connect?
That might not be a priority when it comes to launching or the first phases or the initial phases at all, right? So what I failed to kind of show in my pitch is that we needed to start from the ground up, right? Starting with at least the city's virtual or online tools, right? And kind of better those first, right? Using maybe our platform, right? And then once we have that kind of foundation, and then we get to have this this collaborative, let's say, system where not only developers like me or organizers or managers get to have their input, but also athletes, right? That they could utilize their creativity somehow, right? With a few clicks of a button, right? Kind of create some sort of an event, right? And slowly you can have things like gamification, which is start off as badges and leaderboards and whatnot, and then it's a work in progress, right? First, set down the foundation, right, of how the booking works, how the payments are handled first, right? But using the current tools that the city has, right, it's almost like a hassle, right? It's a hindrance, right, for managing those facilities and for just causing an obstacle for accessibility to recreation in general.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I appreciate I'm getting a little more understanding of what the product is. So would this be something where you would have, as an example, the city of Fredericton would sign up, they'd put all of the rinks on there, they'd put the gyms, they'd put all that stuff, and someone could go in and be like, I just want to book this.
Pretty much.
I just rented the ice tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
That's right.
And then put on there, what 20 people want to come out and play? Is that kind of what you're getting?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So would you have, from kind of a revenue perspective, would you have both sides pay to use, or would it be more leaning towards the side that's actually going to gain revenue from the booking, pay to use, and then the user gets to use it for free?
All right, so the way we thought about it first is that we're going to have, in any sports community, right, or recreational community, there's going to be a few leaders, right? People who always lead the pickup games and things like that. So those guys are going to have a few more, and that's where kind of gamification kicks in a little bit before it actually does, right? Where some of those users can have a few benefits and amenities that to do certain things, like for instance, get paid, right? If I have my friend here who's a leader who knows a bunch of people, right? He makes the booking, right? He collects the payments from the other players based on, how many people show up.
Okay.
Right.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Picker, for your pitch presentation. So following this, we have 3 more teams for the presentation. And also, I would like to inform that after the idea session, we have the pitch presentation or growth session that will run until 6 p.m. And we will have the networking session happening after that, where our guests and judges will be there. So it will be a fantastic opportunity for you guys to network with them. The next team is Ask AI, Health Diagnostic Companion. Would like to call upon them for the presentation. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Look at the timer. Please go ahead. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay.
No, they are.
Okay.
Just give 30 seconds.
They good? Yeah. Please.
Have you waited in a hospital for long hours for minor health issues? Imagine a solution that is able to consult, predict hospital waiting time, and prescribe you medicines. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shubham. This is Jennifer, and we are from UNB Fredericton, and we're presenting you Ask AI, Health Diagnosis Companion, innovative AI-powered healthcare solution. It's very clear, New Brunswick healthcare system is struggling. We have few doctors, few walking clinics, leading patients with minor health issues to seek help in hospital. This increases traffic in hospital, and it is hard to see doctors in hospital. Many of the people not able to, to be precise, more than 100,000 New Brunswickers haven't able to find family doctors. And 66% of the people who have found it, they're not able to book their appointment within 5 days. So we need to find a better solution to provide this medical help fast. So our solution, Ask AI, uses some smart technologies to solve these problems. It's like having a doctor with you all the time. So here's how it works. So you tell about your problem by typing, by speaking, and recording a video. And this AI technology detects what your problem is, and based on that, it advises you based on your critical condition. If your condition is not too critical, it will prescribe you medicine. And if you need a physical examination, it will have a map of nearby locations where you can get them done. And if it's an emergency, then it will help you connect with emergency care locally right away. And on top of that, it can also tell you how long you will have to wait at hospital, and so you can plan your visit in advance. And also, if you are not happy with the eye doctor, there is also an option to connect with a human doctor online without leaving your home.
We are offering subscription-based application where we'll be charging consumer with small monthly fee. The Atlantic region is particularly facing challenges, with 70% Canadian population seeing virtual care as the future and 19 billion unsatisfied. Ask AI has a significant growth potential nationwide.
While telemedicine services exist, Ask AI stands out for its AI-driven approach. Not many competitors uses the predictive waiting time at hospitals and seamless online consultation. So this unique positioning set us apart in the market. So in summary, Ask AI. We welcome your questions.
Thanks. That was a great presentation. In terms of so just a couple things. One, hospital wait times. I think that's a really cool thing to have. How would you be gathering that data to be able to accurately give a number at for example, right now, like what the hospital wait time would be?
There is two ways that I already thought about it. I'm gonna do A/B test on both of them and see which one is efficient and which one we can actually realistically do it. As this is just a ideation phase, so we put up multiple ways that we can solve it. So one of the way that I thought about it is that we can basically provide a simple application where whenever people coming in our hospital, this is where the partnership with, of course, with the Horizon, right? So whenever patients are coming in there, so the receptionist that we call it, like when we're getting a ticket there, right? Say they're putting a number whenever people coming. Not the personal information, only people who are coming in and for what they're coming for. So based on that, AI, not me, but AI technology will be able to detect that how long based on the problem, and then based on how many people are there, that how long the prediction time will be. So that's the traffic prediction. So the second one will be, the second is a different way, which I'm still exploring right now, which is, for example, where so there's nothing to do with the hospital there, the second approach. So every time patients go there, they basically put in their ticket number in the app. And based on ticket number and what's their problem they're going for, again, we can actually, the app can able to tell, just like a Google, when you see how many people are, what's the traffic in your Westmoreland street, you can basically seamlessly see that how busy is your right now hospital. So you can plan it yourself accordingly when you're visiting.
We'll get that on there. Thanks. No, that's great. And I'll just say I had my passport renewed yesterday. And on the Service Canada website, it actually tells you it's updated 2 hours what your anticipated wait time is. So there might be something to look into how they're handling it. It might be just ticket system and how quickly they're being looked after. No, I won't ask another question. I'll pass it on. All right, thanks.
For your system, how will it be available to the end user, and who's going to host it or going to be the actual target market? Like you talked about the hospital, and then you talked about the patients. So who are you marketing this to sell it, and how is it going to be available to them?
There's definitely a opportunity in both sides. Right. Starting off, my approach is basically to make it app open to everybody, so people get familiar with it, right? And then once people start using the AI, so first major market is basically people who need any minor health prediction that they needed. They want to know what's their problem is. So, and the second is the market is the doctors who basically able to provide services on, just like I was mentioning, this is our third stream. So first stream that I mentioned earlier is the AI doctor. Second stream is second problem that I'm trying to solve is with the predictive time at hospital. Third is you're gonna have just like telemedicine services where you will have human doctors trying to provide help, but they will not be sitting alone without data. They will have the data because patient just had a conversation with the AI, and that's able to accurately tell the human doctor that this is what this human is looking for or this patient is looking for. So yeah, so basically my major market is basically normal patients who are looking for health help, and then a secondary which is doctors who are looking to work.
Thank you.
Why are the two of you the right people to solve this problem?
I will tell you why, because I'm a machine learning engineer. And I'm really excited about developing machine learning apps and AI apps. I'm a big fan of AI, so I keep my track of all the trends and using it, making use of all the powerhouse that we have in AI nowadays, making use of that. And I'm also looking for full-time opportunities. So at the same time, I thought, why not I help out our beloved New Brunswick?
As for me, like I see like there's at the emergency room, there are lots of people wait for like 8 hours long for just a small like health problem. So I see that in real life. So I thought by creating an app, creating like you can see your current waiting time. I like to help either friends, family, everyone, so they can come to the hospital on time and we can fix their treatment. That's how kind of came up with this kind of health telemedicine industry. Yeah.
Have you thought about, there's many employees in a country like me who's an employee who has access to this service through my benefit plan. So have you talked or thought about how you would get to that, working with companies to be involved in that? Because that's a huge market, because to be honest, I'm not going to go elsewhere when it's paid for. I don't have to pay for it because it's through my benefit plan.
Yes, definitely. I thought about it, like basically partnership with some of the companies that you mentioned. I mean, with the government majorly, I'm thinking, as well as I'm thinking to partnership. Again, this is just the ideation phase with some help with some other investors that I have in my mind, and then also there are some people who are willing to help already. So with some more discussion within the next month, my plan is to approach to some big giant companies who are able to help me with this from the perspective of AI. Thanks.
Thank you, Arcs AI. It's very interesting to see that there are many excellent ideas in the area of healthcare industry, starting with rings, and then now this, and then we also had the mini doc. So I'm sure we'll have more interesting pitches coming up. But for the information of our judges, the last group before the break, Bloom and Beyond, will not be here due to unknown reasons again. We'll have Athena next, and then followed by Tough Gong Ideas. But before that, while our judges are compiling the scores, just for the benefit of those who have just joined us, especially the participants, we have a timer right here. You'll be given 3 minutes to pitch. At the end of 3 minutes, there will be a hard stop. The microphone will be switched off, unfortunately. So please make most of your time. I mean, you have 3 minutes. And that will be followed by 5 minutes plus minus Q&A session. And then it's not mandatory that everybody should be here. If somebody is pitching and if your colleague wants to sit there, you're welcome to do that. And please, it's just 3 minutes, so please make the most out of it. And also, the winners will be announced later during the dinner. At 6 o'clock, we'll have the networking event, which even I look forward to that networking event. And at 6:30, we'll have the dinner. We'll make the announcement for the winners. Apart from the winners here of this pitch competition, we'll also have special 3 awards. One is for teaching excellence, the second one is for entrepreneur of the year, and the third award that we'll have is student leader of the year. So we all look forward to those events. So with that, I would like to invite now Team Athena for your pitch. Please remember 3 minutes and 5 minutes of Q&A.
So, my name is Paul Jo, and this is my idea. Earth, a beautiful planet which supports life with a vast variety of diversities. Earth, a beautiful planet where we live, where we enjoy our time and make greatness. Earth, a beautiful planet, yet many people suffering from health concerns. One of the most important factor which leads to health concerns, complexities, is the food we eat, the products we consume. With a vast variety of products in this world, people are often confused what to choose from, what ingredients that are good for them or bad for them. So I've seen a cosmetic product. There are actually many cosmetic products, and many of which has this label on it which says paraben-free, sulfur-free, sulfites-free, fragrance-free. Actually, many people, most people buy it because it's free from something, but it's sad that those people don't know what that is or what that does for their body. It is actually sad that most of the people are unaware about the ingredients that are used in the product. So what is the solution for that? For your consideration, Athena. So Athena is an app that shows the real truth behind the ingredients of it, the real world with a vast variety of products to choose from. So Athena is an app which gives you feedback about the products that are good for your health, which are bad for your health, or about the ingredients used in it. So basically, a person, while shopping, scans it and gets a feedback from the app. What makes Athena unique is its personalization. The app will be personalized according to the person's health conditions. For example, for a person suffering from renal diseases, bananas and avocados are not good for them. But in general, that is a great food for normal people. So Athena lets that person with the renal issue know that it is not good for them, and they should choose another food which is more beneficial for them. So the revenue side of it is that monthly subscriptions can be made for this one, and partnerships can be made with a company. So I'd say, is it better to be
Okay, I'll go. Or how about the middle? You've never gone first.
Thank you for the presentation. When you think about your app for Athena and you mention partnerships, what kind of partnerships are you specifically talking about? And you're very specific about the users' health issues that are to them. So like I think about, the Canadian Diabetic Association or other ones like that. So what kind of partnerships are you talking about?
So there will be startups or already established companies which are based on health or health-based products. So for example, I can't say the name of the company, but there will be companies that produce healthier food. So the partnership can be made and we can actually suggest the name of the company. And that's a win-win for both, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think of competitors in this industry that look at, I'm going to focus on products you'd find in like a Shoppers, a Loblaws, where you can scan shampoos and things like that, and they tell you if there's toxic chemicals and things like that and which ones are best for you. I'm assuming a similar type of interface for you. A lot of these go-to-market strategies are heavily tied to geography because you have to think about your initial customer base and what products are they going to be scanning, what's accessible to them right off the hop. So how contingent is your go-to-market approach on kind of collecting this database, providing this analysis up front? How much of a lift is that data mining before you would be able to onboard an initial user?
Actually, most of the ingredients can be gotten from the ingredient list. So from that, when Athena, with advancements in machine learning and AI, Athena can just search and analyze the ingredients from the list of it. But the geographical constraints, I don't think it's much issue, because for any human, the harmful ingredients will be kind of similar.
I think more about the products that we would be scanning. Our shopping habits, whether it's for produce or for food or for other consumer products, what might be accessible to me. I get different products if I go uptown to Sobeys than if I go downtown to Superstore. So as an end user, if I really want to adapt to this application and I'm used to shopping in Superstore and I go up to Sobeys and all of a sudden my products that aren't up there are different and I have to find something new. I see this as being like a real use case for you. Suddenly supply chain logistics and things like that become a factor. So I'm just curious, like, is there an initial database that you have to establish in all of these products, or how have you thought through that process?
I think most of there will be some ingredient lists which are harmful and it will become considered harmful. I think the list can be just, taken from the open source net or many other places, and people can consider the most healthier option. I mean, won't be the best one, but comparative to the other one, the more healthier one, maybe.
Yeah.
So I think when we were trying to maybe I'll play back to you understanding what your product is. And so I'm at the store and I scan a beauty product and it tells me these are the ingredients. And it's almost like when I'm buying a TV, you can Google and say, is this the right TV? And so it's like, it has these things and this could cause cancer, or this could do this, could do that. But to your point, you're scanning the product, not the ingredients. So you have to have a whole database of all these different products and basically somebody weighing in on what's good, what's bad. So how are you going to pull all this information together? Because that's a huge database. There's lots of products. And basically, I got to pull this information up and read it. Is that kind of, yeah.
All right, that's okay. So, can you just repeat the question once more?
So where are you getting the information, I guess, from? Who is going to scan these thousands of products and enter the recommendations? Because it's a personalized recommendation for each product to say, this stuff is good, this stuff is bad, don't buy it. Someone's got to actually put that together.
It can be based on the ingredients, right? So if ingredient is really bad in a product, then the database just gives it back and says that it is not good for your health.
Who's putting the database together? Where are you getting the data from?
All right, that is open source, right? Because every product has this ingredient list, right? So if one ingredient is bad, then the app knows it, and it gives back the recommendation.
How does the app know which ingredients are actually in product XYZ?
That's from the barcode, right? So it will be there in the ingredient list, which is already in the barcode given by the manufacturer.
Yeah, I think there's a level of discussing. I think all of us, we can comprehend, AI, leveraging open source databases. There's tons of information that's available to us publicly today that maybe wasn't 10, 20 years ago. But if you're pitching and you're incorporating it, everyone today has an AI or a data mining component to what they're pitching. It's really important to be able to articulate not just that AI is going to do it, but how and what are the requirements in order to allow that to be possible. It just allows you to differentiate that you've thought through critically what it's going to take to bring the end product to customers. And I think that's just the part that we're all struggling to grasp. I shouldn't out, but I definitely am.
All right. So I actually didn't get the concern properly.
That's okay. That's totally okay. This is more feedback. We're not expecting an answer right now. It's just if you were to pitch again, I would recommend focusing on breaking down what are the steps that it would take you as a founder or a team
team or a technical a group of individuals, or if you are pulling open source data, where are you getting it? Why should we believe it's valuable and relevant? And is that a process that takes a team of engineers a week to do? Is it instantaneous? Is it going to take 6 months to populate a database full of enough content for you to be able to go to market? Just including some of those considerations really helps us understand how the data and how eventually AI would be leveraged to make this so possible for you.
So actually, I think the Canadian government, or actually the governments in different states have given a list of the ingredients which are not to be used in some food, or which are supposed to cause cancer or any other diseases. So there's a database for that. We can actually access that. So most of the information can be received from that one. Yeah.
Thank you, Team Athena, for your presentation. Actually, our next team is Tough Gong Ideas, but unfortunately, we didn't have anyone from the team registered with us. Can I check with anyone here belong to the team? Tough Gong Ideas. Okay. Looks like the team has not shown or registered with us. So that's being said, like our first session for ideas today morning ends with Athena, and following this, we will have a break until 3:30 p.m. and then we will have a follow-up sessions on growth. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone. Firstly, the participants from the idea categories to spending your time on preparing for your presentations and pitching us. Okay. And then I would like to thank all the judges to take your time to evaluate and give all your valuable feedbacks to the participants. I will also, like always, thank all our sponsors. RBC, who is our main sponsors for this event and for all other events at J. Herbert Smith Center. And I would also like to thank Cox and Palmer's. And we have a booth for Cox and Palmer's at the main foyer. I would kindly recommend to everyone to go and visit the booth. There are some refreshments and the snacks available outside at the main foyer as well. I would like to see you back, everyone, at 3:30 p.m. for the presentation under growth category. Thank you.
we've met before. We have. And Kemi, is it? Kemi? Nice to meet you, Troy. I don't believe we've met before. Yes, last time here. It's an annual get-together. Things are good. Busy. I would have liked to have come earlier to see the Kurdish pictures.
Hello, before we begin the next session, can I invite the participants here so that I can give an informal information on pitching? So Welcome back for those who were here during the earlier session, the ideas. And for those who have just come, this is going to be the next session, the growth, which is basically for the graduate students and others. So my name is Andu. I'm an MTME student, and I'm one of the MCs, and with me.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sean. I'm also an MTME student. Nice to have you all here this afternoon. All right, so just to proceed into the growth category, I'll be introducing our panel of judges. And I'll be starting from Greg Sloan, who is the Regional Vice President, Western New Brunswick Bank, Royal Bank of Canada. You're welcome. All right, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Then we also have Alpha Beira, who is an MTME alumna. Welcome. Thank you. All right, we have Kemi Adeoye, seated in the middle there, who is also an MTME alumna. You're welcome. And finally, but not the least, we have Troy Keynes, who is head of Siemens PTI Consulting and also an instructor at the J. Abbott Smith Center. You're welcome. Thank you.
So since this pitching is for the participants, so we'll give you more time. As I informed earlier, informally, you'll be given 3 minutes to pitch, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Q&A will be handled by our eminent judges here. But before we begin, I would like to thank our sponsors again, RBC, who's our main sponsor. We have Cox and Palmer, who have actually set up a booth outside your, encouraged to visit the booth, and then also IBEC for the support that you have been providing the center. So without much ado, we will begin with the first team. So can I invite Ocean AM, and all the best.
Hi. Can you stop? Hello everyone, my name is Foruzan, a PhD student from a mechanical engineering department. Our team name is Ocean AM, which is focusing on integrating additive manufacturing and 3D printing underwater. But where? In Canada, the second biggest country in the world, with the largest coastline stretching around 240 kilometers, which provides a golden opportunities for Canada to have marine trade with other countries. Also, it requires Canada to have a strong and powerful navy to protect the country. Also, Canada is a top producer of oil and gas with a wide variety of infrastructures and structures in the water. And the problem exactly starts from here, be partially underwater. The corrosive environment of ocean has a detrimental effect on everything, especially for offshore structures or underlying pipeline, make cracks and damage and leads to leakage. Also, marine growth adhere to these components, change the hydrodynamic, also make them heavy and increase the fuel consumption. Consequently, the stakeholders and ship owners have to spend $1 million on professional divers and also dry docking the ships, which costs them an arm and a leg around $1 billion, a significant value. So, what is our solution? By inspiring from remora fish, a creature that clings to subsurfaces, we develop an idea of remotely controlled vehicle which equipped with vacuum and magnetic cups can adhere to the subsurfaces, and it's a versatile equipment. It can do cleaning, inspection and monitoring, and also it can do repairing and rebuilding underwater using additive manufacturing. We called it Remora AM Bout, and it offers a wide variety of benefits. It's cost effective. It means that it can reduce the need to dry dock. It's energy efficient, which means that it can reduce the need to divers for cleaning underwater. Also, AI vision capability makes it a smart equipment. That means that it can make decisions individually without needs to divers and technicians. Thank you.
I'll get started with the question. Who would be, I know you're broad to saying it's for anybody who deals underwater or has products underwater, but who would be, to start with, your target audience? Would it be oil and gas? Would it be shipbuilders? Is there a specific audience that you're going after?
To be honest, we had 60 interviews with different kind of people in these 3 customer segments. Also offshore segments, also commercial shipping, and Navy. And these 3 customer segments actually know this idea valuable. But we believe that we can be more effective for Navy as when we have a discussion with them, we understood that Navy has no stop. And we should do repairment, cleaning, and inspection underwater. But when it comes to other segments, according to the regulation, they can have. To be honest, they have tough and strict regulation. So we believe that in these 2 segments, our idea can be actually improved rather than Navy.
Have you looked into any solution available in the market right now? Do you have any competitors?
It's the first time that an ROV offer repairing underwater using additive manufacturing. Norway country is a pioneer in developing repairing subhead, but none of them can actually do repairment individually. Most of them use divers or it can control by technicians. But as I said, there is no additive manufacturing technology in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hi, thank you for that. So you said one of the problems you mentioned is the leakage issues. How does your solution actually solve that?
If you know about the additive manufacturing, it's a technology that can build up or even repair by adding the layer by layer successively. Whenever it can detect the problem, cracks or damage on the surface, it can actually push away the water and add the material whenever it needs. So by adding material, interfacing, laser, or even other heat sources, we can weld the damage or cracks there.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. One, looking at the target market here in Canada to start with, have you sized that? What's the potential?
To be honest, we managed to register for NBIF, and they accept our idea. We know that in New Brunswick we have a chance, and also we have a chance in hydropower. Also, I forgot to mention it. We are going to talk with a company in Quebec to become our partner because they accept the idea as a actually valuable idea.
Okay. Do you know what the total value of the market is?
When it comes for ships and Navy, we know that they pay $1 billion for maintenance, overhaul, and repair. And for every day that a ship is actually in the dry dock, the ship owner should spend $300,000 for each day.
Okay, and one other final question. You mentioned there's no other product out there right now or service in the market like this, although it does remind me of a similar type of service, but above ground with drones. There are drone services that are offering maintenance, monitoring, some technical support for things like, as you mentioned, power companies for doing transmission lines and so on. So have you looked at that industry and what's been successful there and what you can take from that kind of business model and what their success is and apply it to this?
You are right. As I mentioned, there is no ROV integrating with additive manufacturing technology, but you are right. There are some companies working on this idea, exactly working on maintenance. As I said, and I know that there is a company in Newfoundland called Kranken, if I'm not mistaken. They develop some ROVs working on inspection and monitoring. But as I said, in Canada, they are limited to monitoring and inspection, not maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Very interesting idea indeed. And I'm sure we'll see more interesting pitches in the meantime while the judges are making the final evaluation, compilation. We will have rapid rolls next. But before that, I would like to inform you that at 6 o'clock, we'll have 6 p.m., we'll have a networking event followed by dinner at 6:30. So the winners will be announced during the dinner. And we also have, as I informed earlier, we'll also have special 3 awards during the dinner time. So I hope everybody stays back for the networking, because that's the time wherein you can actually talk to the judges as well as the guests and other participants. So with that, may I now invite rapid rolls. 3 minutes again.
Okay. Especially for the new immigrants, newcomers, and also students who have a limited schedule. I was searching the Google and in Indeed website. I saw a job position here in Fredericton. It was a simple cashier. 500 people had applied for that, and 500 people for a cashier job, only one here in Fredericton, which is a relatively small city, is a lot. So, and also I know some people that they are leaving Canada because they cannot make their ends meet and they don't have the source of income. Also on the other hand, we have some hiring manager. We have basically we have this opportunity. Many people are coming here. We have a very good workforce, but as I've seen that the hiring managers cannot take advantage of this moment, and they are unable to optimize their employees' schedule in order to cover all their shifts. For example, the shifts, there are night shifts. They have the weekend shifts, and also there are some peak hours that they cannot cover with their existing employee because most of them are unpredictable. For example, you are in a store as a manager, everything is clear and smooth, and suddenly you can see that many people are coming and everything gets crowded and busy, but you cannot do anything. So, and you're short-handed. So in our platform that we have, we can easily connect these two sites with each other. So hiring manager can basically in a real-time manner, they can post their job in our platform. and at the same time we have our pre-approved and pre-screened job seekers there, and they can, based on their skills and also their schedule, they can find their job and go and basically solve this basically this problem. And I really felt this problem because first I was a job seeker here, and then after I got the job, and it really took me time to find my first job here. And after that, I have seen my managers that they have trouble with basically fill their uncovered shifts. Thank you, everyone. This was my idea, and thank you for your attention.
Great presentation. I love your enthusiasm. I might just ask a clarifying question. I'm not sure exactly. You did a great job articulating what the problem statement is and what you're trying to solve for, but I don't actually understand what your product is. So maybe just talk a little bit more about what you're actually doing.
Yes, sure. Basically, it's a platform, like an app or website that we have. In one side, we have the companies and also shops and retail centers that they can post their basically shifts there, that the shift that they cannot cover based on their existing workforce. And then on the other side, we have the job seekers. They are pre-screened by our platform, and we approved them based on their skills, and they can just find their proper shift in order to basically make more money and also help the companies in order to solve their issue when they're short-handed.
Great.
Yeah.
As far as I know, well, thank you for the presentation. I agree that you have a good enthusiasm and it was nice. I understood the problem and I agree with you. There are a lot of job seekers. There are websites like LinkedIn and other job-seeking websites. How different is your platform compared to those?
Right. Basically, this platform is very flexible for both the job seekers and also the companies, because companies are not willing to maybe hire many people because they don't need the people and to work for them every week or every day, because the peak hours and also uncovered shifts happens sometimes, not every day and every hour. And also for the other side, for the basically job seekers, it's completely based on their skills and they are flexible to choose their proper shift in order to fill them based on their other work that they have and their schedule.
Okay, so you mean like it's not contract or it's not full-time, it's mostly like temporary?
Yes, basically it works like on-call jobs.
Okay.
But basically the job seekers choose which for example which company they work with and which position they work in based on their skills.
That's good. What's your financial plan? Like, are you planning to charge the?
Okay. Basically, how it works, the job seekers won't pay anything for that, and we have to just make some connection with the companies and retails and shops, and we can just make some contracts with them, and we can just charge us based on the shifts that they just we can fill for them. For example, every shift that they can fill for them based on our using our workforce that we have there, we can charge them for that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. So my question is on your target market as well as your customer base. So are you looking at companies that are actually employing shift workers? Are you looking at all companies, or what type of companies are you looking at? Let's start from there.
So there are many companies, for example, the shops that they need clerks, customer service, or cashiers. This kind of job, it can be in companies, in maybe factories, or in just local shops, or maybe in some shops that they are small businesses. They cannot hire full-time people to work for them, and they are short in the budget. So all of these companies we can work with them.
Also, you're looking at people that want to do like short-time temporary jobs, basically.
Yes, exactly, and also newcomers, because it takes a long time, especially in these days, for them to find their main job that they're looking for. So maybe it takes 5 or 6 months. So, or even for international student and other student, they're looking for part-time jobs. So I'm sure about this side of the job seekers, that we have a potential market in order to basically show this platform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. One quick question. I was thinking about this as you were explaining about, retail, for example, right? And I see oftentimes in stores where there's lineups and they'll say they just don't have the staff, right? So I could see potential there, but how do you work around the problem that every store, every chain has different processes, have different computer systems, have different retail systems? So for example, if you're a cashier at the co-op, it's going to be very different than running the system at, say, Superstore or Sobeys. So they typically take quite a few hours to ramp a new employee up to be able to operate that system on their own. So if you have someone who's just kind of coming in to fill in a quick shift here and a shift there, how do you deal with that, do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have multiple solutions. Basically, for this kind of jobs, it doesn't take too long. Maybe in 30 minutes or 1 hour, they can just get you. You can just work with them and be trained. And also, we can provide some training in our platform. They can just take a quick look on them, and then they apply for that. And also, it's just for the beginning, and from the second shift, they're able to do their tasks.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
All right, thank you, Rapid Rose. Once again, I would like to thank all our sponsors for making this a possibility, starting from RBC, Custom Palmer, International Business and Entrepreneurship Center, and to everybody for being here today. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. I'd also like to let you know that we have many more people coming up to pitch their ideas, so please sit back and relax. Thank you. In the interim, I'd like Molly Swings to get ready. You'll be coming down shortly. All right, Molly Swings, please make your way forward. Thank you.
Yes, please. All set? Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. We're Molly Swing Solutions, and we're aiming to make golf and golf training equipment more accessible to new players. When we first started, we got together and thought, how can we use our backgrounds in engineering to design a device which provides data that intermediate and beginner level players actually find useful? From speaking with industry professionals and coaches, we learned that one of the first things they look at with their new clients is grip pressure.
Over the past 18 months, we have been designing a two-part golf training aid attachment for amateur golfers and their trainers to better understand their swing habits and grip pressure habits. The first part of our design is a small attachment which sits at the top of the golf club to collect data using a variety of sensors throughout the swing and contains a small screen to provide visual feedback. The second half of our design is a custom rubber grip with embedded pressure sensors, which we are currently working with local teaching professionals to validate the plan and learn about where we want to track this data the best. Together, these two halves of the design will work together to give users and their coaches the best feedback as possible without ever having to take their hands off the club.
Golf is a prime example of a very consumer-centric sport in the sense that keen trainers are always trying to find new technologies to integrate in their training lessons so they can create a better value to their players and in sense can charge more for their own time. According to a 2022 report from Business Research Insights, the North American sensor-based golf training aid market was valued to be at $192 million US at that time. At the most recent PGA merchandise show, which we were lucky to attend, we also saw a cohesive push from older, more traditional trainers to start the adaptation to more recent sensor-based technologies. This is all just evidence that we're in the midst of a transition to sensor-based training aids and increased data analytics.
So this project started last year through the J. Herbert Smith Center as our engineering capstone project. We wanted to come up with a solution to a problem that we all collectively faced personally. So as engineering graduates with specialties in mechanical and electrical engineering, we were seeking to not only improve the game of others, but also to improve our own at the same time, since golf is a sport that involves continuous self-improvement. So for us, this isn't just an academic endeavor, it's a passion project which merges our engineering abilities with our love for the sport of golf. So if anybody has any feedback or just want to hear more about the product, please feel free to reach out, and thank you for your time.
So I have two questions actually, and one has nothing to do with the scoring. I hope that's okay. So the first one, really, you have competitors in the market, similar ideas. What really differentiates you from, if you look at the best, maybe you could even name them, who's the best competition? Who's really driving the market right now, and what's going to make you better than them?
Yeah,
or at least
so
different.
I would say we've identified two really large players in the market. The first would be TrackMan, but they produce standalone systems like indoor golf simulators, which are very precise but also very expensive, so they're not accessible to the average consumer. This is really something that like a golf course would buy, or like a golf bar that they can rent out. The other main competitor would be someone like Blast Golf, who makes small attachments with very similar sensors to what we're working on to go directly on the club, but they rely on a mobile application to view their data. So it really takes you away from the game to have to put your club down, switch to another device to view your results, and they lack the grip pressure analysis that we're hoping to incorporate. So that would be really the biggest competitors that we've picked out so far and the ways that we'd like to differentiate from them.
Okay, thank you. Perfect answer. The other question that I was just curious about, I believe you pitched last year, right?
That's right.
So I'm wondering, what's the major, I guess, progress you've made since last year?
Yeah, so since we were here last year, we were all in the undergraduate TME program. This year, myself and Matt there are taking the MTME program, and we've really been diving into the grip analysis portion of the project. That was something that we really talked about as a value proposition last year, but hadn't had a chance to really develop the technology. So that's really been our focus lately. And then on the side, we've been doing other things such as setting up a website, getting incorporated, and learning a little more about what it takes to run the business outside of just developing a prototype.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. During your research, what was the most interesting data points that you identified that was like a pinpoint for customers that you didn't expect?
I would say the biggest thing for us has really been focusing on the grip, because when we initially started talking to local trainers at like Kingswood Golf Course here in Fredericton and Riverside in St. John, they talked about their experiences with existing technologies like TrackMan, like I mentioned, and they absolutely love them. But the first thing they said is, you know what would be cool is if someone could measure grip. They're like, even though that was something that we had thought about and initially thrown out, we said nobody wants this. We realized really quickly that this is something that people wanted to see and we should really focus on.
Thank you for the pitch. It was really nice to listen all the points and all that main points were touched. I'm just curious about if you guys have incorporated your business yet or not.
Yes, we have. We went through the process last summer, with McInnes Cooper, actually. They had a great startup program, which we took advantage of, and they've been helping us along the way.
Oh, nice. That's good to hear. Are you all co-founders?
Yes, all four of us.
So my question would be related to that. Where do you see yourself in next 6 months? And in case any of the co-founders had to leave, how would you deal with that?
Yeah, so over the next, I guess I would say 4 months or so, like I said, Matt and I will be continuing in the MTME program, really focusing on the project. This summer as well, we have applied to the MyTax Accelerate program, which would, if we are accepted, would help us fund the project as well as pay ourselves to work on research and development, which would allow us to maintain focus. Beyond that, I imagine we might have to take on other roles to produce income, but this is something that we would really like to get off the ground before then so we can really run with things.
So you all have your whys to continue in the future?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Great, and I love that your passion for golf is being coupled with the technical skills, because I think that goes a long ways when you're passionate about something. I made a note that I think your target audience is the golf training as opposed to individual golfers and going after that. From a marketing standpoint, how are you going to get this into their hands, and how are you going to go about doing that?
So I'd really like to point out that as much as we do like the trainers, we want to be available to the players themselves as well, just because that's a much larger market, obviously. There's a lot more people playing than there are teaching, but we really see the trainers and coaches as an entry point for us. So as we're starting out, we would love to be able to even give a few products to some of these coaches who have helped us along the way to get their feedback and help spread awareness, and hopefully let it run from there and see if their students would like to purchase their own as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, that's Molly Swing Solutions. And with that, we get to see so many interesting, innovative ideas, and I'm sure there are more interesting pitches coming up. Before we go ahead with the next group, just to give a little bit of time to our judges, I would like to once again inform everybody that at 6 o'clock, we will have the networking session, and followed by dinner at 6:30. The winners will be announced during the dinner time. And in addition to the winners, we also have 3 special awards. One for teaching excellence, second for student leader of the year, and the third one, entrepreneur of the year. So those 3 are not really related to the pitches here, but then very important awards. So that we'll have during the dinner time. And again, we would like to thank our sponsors and our judges for giving us your time. And I'm sure all this advice and the questions that are being given to the participants are taken as some kind of suggestion and then to improve on the ideas. So we are seeing solutions in the area of healthcare, employment, engineering, and sports area. So I'm very excited to listen to more pitches. So with that, may I invite Get the Trades.
Thank you.
Alexander Tarleton Ludon, founder and CEO of Get the Trades. The housing situation in Canada is ridiculous. Thank you. It's ridiculous. Basically, hardworking people cannot afford to buy or rent houses, homes. The main problem is a supply issue. On the supply side, there is a massive chronic shortage of labor in construction and the skilled trades. Get the Trades solves that problem. There are virtually no women in construction and the skilled trades. Stats Canada recent data show less than 5% of trades workers, skilled trades workers, are women. Less than 5%. I spent the last 3 years and I spoke with over 1,000 people, and I found out it's not because they don't want these careers. They do. And I found out how and why and how to support them to get in and stay in and thrive in those careers. Get the Trades empowers women to get careers in construction and the skilled trades with wraparound support. We've got the information, the money, the support. It's our unique thing. It's what we do. We're a one-stop shop for all things skilled trades, to get women in, empower them, and have them thrive and stay. I'd like to tell you about Nell. Nell was the first unofficial scholarship recipient. Nell went from being a $12,000 a year restaurant server to a $50,000 a year welder. In your handouts, you'll see the first item. Our core product is memberships. Everything begins with membership. We have 2 types of memberships with 5 tiers combined. The second item in the handouts is my CV. I'm the one to do this. You'll see I'm a massive tech geek with over decades of experience in education in tech. I can build this out. I have built this out. I can build this out bigger. My CV also shows I was awarded a Gates Foundation scholarship to study at Harvard and become a licensed educator. Also, I have all those other type A things like ran a marathon and stuff like that. So I'm the person to build this and grow it and make it big. The third item is the financials. There you have 2 years of cash flow statements. You'll see that in the first year, the short year, sales revenues are projected to be $52,200. And the second year, we're looking at just shy of $250,000. So this is an extremely viable growth idea. There's an enormous amount. Thank you. That's it. We're going to build houses so we can put Canadians in homes. Thank you for your time, and I welcome questions.
Thank you for that presentation. It was pretty good. What I would like to find out is how are you going to be doing this? I'm not sure I got the how of how this will be built.
Thank you. Great question. The question is, how are we going to do this? What we do is we offer full support. What I'm finding, what my research has shown is basically there's lots of good bits of this out there, but we are a full service, one-stop, an ecosystem for the whole thing. People want these careers, but they don't know about them. We have that information, extensive information on all that's available to help them find that, because it's tough. What do I want to do? I know I might have an interest. I don't think university's for me. I love working with my hands. I'm physical. What are my options? Here's what we have. Here's what it pays. Here's what it entails. Here's what your life's going to look like if you choose this career. Then we've also got the money. There's also a lot of great money already out there. So we're a last dollar scholarship. We help find the scholarships, and when great candidates don't happen to have a scholarship out there, we'll fund them as well, and it's pay it forward, so that pot grows exponentially. And then when they're in the career, there's mentorship and support along the way. There are problems. Women on a construction site, it's not always perfect. There are many issues, so it's full support. And we have, we're building out an advanced generative AI component, so you can almost think of, it's not just a portal, but you log in and it's like your best friend sitting there. It's like Siri meets a portal, and you ask it and it answers it. And we're actually a lot of the way there with the technology. There's new technology that comes out in about 8 months that we're going to add. Plus, we're also aggregating all of the data we use, so we're going to be building on that machine learning with our information. It's going to be quite a good amount of data. Phenomenal question. Thank you.
I'll go next.
Yes, sir.
So when you look at this, I see you've got individual memberships. I'm assuming you're targeting the individuals out there, the women that might be interested in trades, or you're also going to maybe convince them they should be interested in trades, I assume?
We're going to help them find what their passion is. It's up to them. But yes, we're going to guide them should they be interested, yes.
Okay, and then also the corporate, of course, right?
Correct, yes. Businesses want to get in front of this market.
Okay, so I'm trying to, I guess, understand a little bit. I assume that community colleges today, with government mandates and policies and so on, should be looking forward to obviously getting more people into the trades already. So that encouragement, maybe scholarships, etc., particularly with women who are lacking in the trades, as you said, which is a problem. So how do you kind of work with that? How do you work with government? How do you work with community colleges and so on? Can you explain that maybe a little bit?
Phenomenal question. We're basically, we pull it all together. We're an aggregator. How would I put it? We kind of put all the pieces together. It's essentially a niche. It doesn't exist yet, what we're doing. Like I said, there are lots of pieces of this. People can go out there and pull it together, but there's no one providing that one-stop shop, that ecosystem of everything they need. So for example, Greg, now has her career, and then she goes on and becomes an underwater welder, and she's making $300 an hour. She's got all this money. What do I do with this? Wealth management. Hello, RBC. And then retirement planning. So we're basically a full ecosystem over the whole life cycle of the individual. Behind the scenes, we call it capture and keep. And not only is that not nefarious, that's great, because we're literally in the human development industry component of it, building and growing and helping them thrive at every step. There's literally nothing out there like this. It pulls pieces together and does the work for them and gives them what they need at whatever step they need based on what they ask for. We give it.
Okay.
And basically, a couple of years ago, this kind of thing couldn't even exist because the technology wasn't quite there, and it is now. I love that question. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you for the pitch. I love the enthusiasm and the confidence. I agree that you have provided the numbers. I'm just wondering, have you pinpointed your target customer?
Great question. Okay, this one's about the target customer. Yes, in detail. And I was quite surprised that it wasn't what I thought it would be early on. It's Gen Z and millennials. It's young ladies, particularly in high school, capable, physical, maybe great at gym, maybe they take karate, they're rock climbers, they love being physical, don't necessarily want that desk job. Intelligent, capable of a lot of things, don't necessarily want to go to university. $5,000 and a year later, they're in a $50,000 a year career. And they're out there in the world and they're having fun and they have job security and they have adventure and travel if they want. And the feeling of building something, it's so exciting when you can see the fruits of your labor. And it doesn't take 4 years or whatever it takes for university. So that's the target market. And it's also, honestly, people who don't come from homes where there's a lot of wealth. So it's a really great opportunity for a lot of people who want that opportunity. And that is primarily the market. And the people who are just in the cusp of perhaps starting a family and they want the housing. And so that career that pays enough money to afford that mortgage, should there be the supply, that's the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the market, like, you know who your target customer is. Yeah. I'm wondering about the space, like the city or state or country, where you're planning to start, and do you see it as a scalable?
Here and yes. I came to St. John after having a few conversations with Premier Higgs over the phone, and I was specifically asking, I was returning to Canada after being away for just over a decade. I wanted to bring this idea home, and I asked him, what are your key problems here? I'm paraphrasing, but I basically said, I've got something to give, and I want to know, what are you looking for? What can I contribute? Where are the needs? And I actually reached out to every single premier in Canada, and I got one other one emailed me, and Premier Higgs called me, and we spoke. And that's why I brought this idea here. I'm at the MBA program, University, UMB St. John, working on my MBA. I'm almost done with that. And I literally came here because this is in New Brunswick, to start solution. It's perfect. The people want it, the people are capable of appreciating it, and there's the need here. So the 3 municipalities were just given this fabulous amount of funding out of the $22 billion Housing Accelerator Program. They're all looking for people to build. I'm actually in connection with some wonderful people in St. John, and I'm going to be weaving in to help that. And we're starting this summer a pilot program, and we're also working on trying to reduce down how long it takes for people to start seeing whatever trade they want to be in, get their, oh yes? I'll stop? Okay. Instead of red seal, like a 6-week initial badge. So St. John and then to Canada, because there's a bit of a housing problem all over Canada, and this solution will benefit all over Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Get the Trades, so much enthusiasm. All right, thank you everyone for doing this with us this afternoon. I'd like to thank the judges. It's a lot of work you guys are doing. Like we mentioned earlier, there's still a dinner coming up and lots of awards, so there's so much in stock for later today. While the judges wrap up what they are currently doing, I'd like Temi Scott to get ready. And yeah, get ready, guys. You'll soon be coming down. Lots of remarkable ideas, you agree with me. And this is what we do at the J. Herbert Smith Center. Our website is right on the banner. You can visit to learn more about us. All right, Temi Scott, please proceed to the front. Thank you.
While Themiscore is getting ready, I would like to request the participants to, the timer is right there, 3-minute speech and 5 minutes of Q&A. And I would like to request you to keep your answers short so that we make the most of the time given to us. And then also this is an elevator pitch, so I would like to request the participants to refrain from using notes while you're pitching. So 3-minute speech, and if judges are ready, then we can go ahead with the pitch. Again, 3 minutes of pitch, and then followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. So I would like to wish you all the best.
Did you know that in 2022 alone, there was a backlog of 400,000 cases that remained unattended, one of the main reasons being the unavailability of lawyers? Isn't that huge? While the available lawyers were handling on an average 111 cases every year, with an average research time of 55 hours associated with every case. The reasons being the high cost associated with every research and lack of personalization. But not anymore. We at Themiscore are building an AI-powered research tool that would help in reducing the research time by half, allowing faster access to courtrooms and to justice. Our software provides an AI-powered research tool that would help lawyers gain access to the most relevant legal resources, along with case confidence scores, summarization, personalization, argument and document generation, and helping them stay up to date with the most recent changes in the law industry. Using our tools, lawyers can now focus more on the needs of their clients rather than sifting those huge databases. While there are competitors in the market, none offer AI-driven solutions as comprehensive as ours.
With the legal tech market booming and set to hit a whopping 28 billion USD by 2032, there is a big opportunity for new entrants like us, and Themiscore is ready to seize the opportunity. Our customer base includes law schools, legal firms, individual practitioners, and legal regulatory bodies. We are comprised of 3 co-founders that are skilled in technology. We are graduate students of computer science, and 2 seasoned lawyers that are guiding us along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than just an investment pitch. It is an invitation for you to join us in pioneering the transformation happening in the legal tech industry. With Themiscore, we can make case insights at the speed of thoughts a reality. Thank you.
great enthusiasm, and I love the presentation. I guess I have a couple questions around how it's actually going to work. I know you're going to use AI, and you're going to sift through all the information, and I know you said that differentiates you from your competitors, but I guess how does it differentiate you? Because maybe it's more complicated than it seems, but there must be other people out there who can build something like this. What's going to set yours apart? I guess the barrier to entry doesn't seem huge to me, and so I wonder what's setting you apart from others who might want to get into this.
So I'll describe the stages that a lawyer goes through. So first, it would be the requirement analysis based on the customer. Then the lawyer goes through the databases, find cases, and then personalization. So there are solutions that will help you find cases like online databases like Canly and LexisNexis, but where the more effort is needed, so example, you find the case, but then you are in jurisdiction which doesn't apply to the case you found. So you still need to personalize it and generate arguments and the documents that are particular to your jurisdiction. So using our generative AI, the case research time would be slashed in half. So the lawyer just needs to input keywords, then we'll find them the relevant cases, and based on the clicks, they could either summarize it, ask questions, or generate documents related to that.
Adding to that, I would like to say that we have done a primary research on that. We have been contacting different lawyers, and one of the main pain points they have right now is that they have to go through a number of tools in order to get the final results. But using our tool, it's like a one-stop solution. And the other thing is, one more major focus right now, which we are focusing on, is that how they are using the current solutions. Like, let us suppose some of our competitors are LexisNexis and Westlaw. How they are using these solutions, and what are the challenges they are facing there. We are trying to overcome those challenges particularly.
I'm curious about. Well, thank you for the pitch. Love the enthusiasm. I'm curious about your challenges. Where do you see you may face challenges? Because I'm aware of a couple confidential regulations, depending on what case information a country have or a company have. There are different restrictions. I'm just curious if you have thought about it.
Yeah, so privacy and security is one of the issues. So how do we challenge this? The model trained on the database, we redact the personal statements like name, address, or any other mentions of cities. So the model is surrounded by ecosystem. Each law firm, they have the willingness to either train the model on their cases. They could personalize it. So it would be different for each law firm. But if there are some open cases that are openly available, then all the firms can use it.
That's great. But do you see any challenges for yourself?
The challenge would be to expand our database and convince law firms to help us with the data to train our model and make it more accurate. Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I'm not very clear on how your solution is going to ensure that the information that it is generating is actually relevant to every case. Like, what models are you using to build that, to ensure that, okay, if I'm putting in a prompt or any message, it is actually picking out the most relevant aspects of the case?
For that, right now we have our user champions who are currently law students as well as lawyers, and they are testing our current model. For now, we are currently using a combination of average word-to-vec, which looks onto the semantic meaning of the input, and also we are using it with a combination of BERT, which looks into the contextual meaning. So everything that the user inputs is getting captured. And so as to ensure that the model is working correctly, we have sprints every 2 weeks, and the user champions are getting the results, what they are expecting for the input keywords.
Okay. Yeah. Secondly, what's your business model? Who's going to be paying for this? Is it just the law firms, or is it law students now, or are you looking at the people that are doing the case themselves? Who's the paying customer here?
Okay, so our model is, we have different tiers for payments. Mm-hmm. We have the silver model where we'll expose some features to the customer at a particular price, maybe $20 per month. That will come to $240 per year. And then when the customer uses that for a while and wants some more features will be hidden, we'll add some more features at a higher price. We also have interactions with law firms where for us to come into their firm and personalize it with their data and everything, we have a particular price. So the law firms are paying and the users are the ones paying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thermis Kaur. Again, another innovative idea in the area of legal studies. Talking of which, we have one of our sponsors, Cox and Palmer. They have set up a booth right outside this hall, and I would like to encourage all of you to go and talk to them. Legal studies, healthcare, sports, engineering solutions. We are getting to see so many solutions coming up, and I'm sure there are many more lined up. After this, we'll have Horizons, followed by ZAPEC. And after that, we'll take a short break. And then for the information of judges, we do not have one of the groups coming in because of certain issues. NEO will not be participating. Otherwise, as of now, we have other groups, they will be pitching. And again, I would like to request everyone to stay back for the 6 o'clock networking session. That's the time, because here, for pitching, you have very limited time, 3 minutes. But then during networking, you'll get to talk to our eminent judges here and also with other fellow participants as well as guests. So with that, the final group before the break will be ZAPEC. But before that, I would like to invite Horizons on the stage.
We need one more.
Whenever you're ready.
So according to Stats Canada, both in the year 2022 and in 2023, almost 1 million immigrants immigrated to Canada. Now that's a very huge number. Imagine yourself being once amongst them. You're arriving to a completely new country, a new place, and you are unaware of what the task you need to do as a newcomer when you first arrive at a new place. Now, most of these immigrants are either students or the work permit holders. Okay, they are completely unaware of what they need to do to get a SIN, mobile number, open their bank account, GIC account, what are bus routes, and etc. They're completely unaware about it. One such example is about myself. When I first arrived in Canada, I was waiting at a bus stop for more than 30 minutes on Saturday, being completely unaware that the buses run only every hour and not every half an hour. The Google map showed that the bus is going to be arriving in the next 2 minutes, but it didn't. Thank you, Google Map, for making me stand in the cold for more than 30 minutes. Now, if you go online and if you search for the different services that are available for newcomers in Canada, you will find Google Maps, you will find Skip the Dishes for food services, you will find the transit app for the bus routes, and etc. But what happens is they are all scattered and there is very less information, they are fragmented information, inaccurate, and etc. Our solution, the MapleMate, is a platform. It's going to address all challenges that an immigrant faces. It's all tailored towards your personal needs and your immigration status in Canada.
In a new country, suppose you are at the airport, imagine yourself at the airport, you want to go to your accommodation. The best, MapleMate will provide you with the best transportation, maybe bus or taxi or like cab. It will give you with the timings and the contacts. When it comes to essential documents, like I said, we want to generate a SIN number, bank account, numbers, like phone number. It will help you with all the documents which is needed along with the services, like along with the mode of transportation, when is it available, and the location, all related to your immigrant status in Canada. When it comes to like nearby grocery shoppings, suppose you want to go to medical facilities, entertainment, sports, it will give you all sorted to your location. And MapleMate is a friend for students. For example, like I want to meet a new fellow student and I don't know because I have social anxiety. I would not be like able to go and chat. So it has a special chat feature for student where it can the student can hide their name and keep the username.
Moreover, to find the local happenings and the events in your city or in your place, and to build your networks, it will suggest you a list of different WhatsApp groups, or Facebook groups, or Instagram pages to follow. Moreover, we know that immigrants might find it difficult to understand English, and people speak different languages. So we want our application to be accessible to different users, and it will be available in different languages. Moreover, it will also support all the hearing aids, the hearing disorder and the reading disorder people. MapleMate is not just an application.
It's a lifeline for the newcomers in Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you for your pitch, and I love the enthusiasm. I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball, maybe. I've heard similar type offerings before being pitched. I would say yours was more comprehensive than what I've heard in the past. However, it's been a few years, and I've not seen anything hit the market. What do you think your biggest challenge will be in taking this from idea to implementation?
The bigger challenge that we see is that there are different competitors. Okay, they are providing different services. But what we want to do is we want to integrate them together. So integrating all those services together is a bigger challenge. Some might be able to do a couple of integration, like finding the food services and the bus routes together in one single application, or making a single application for getting a to-do list for all documents. But getting all the different kind of application, getting the APIs, the data sets and everything, it's quite difficult. Now doing it in a bigger city, for example, in Toronto, Montreal, where information is freely available and it's much better, it's easier. But in smaller cities like Fredericton, St. John, or all the cities in the Atlantic Canada, it gets difficult to collect data because you don't have enough information about that particular place.
Also, we want to try to make it dynamic, so like it changes according to the rules when it changes. So we want to, like, that would be a difficult part because you don't know when the rules change. Like there would be like some timings would be different, and we would have not updated like the buses. Now maybe mostly the buses would start on Sundays, so that would be a different part.
Okay.
Keeping up to date is kind of difficult. That's the reason the application might be launched.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your pitch. You talked about, solving the transportation issues for immigrants. I can relate as well. And then you also talk about, grocery shopping, and then you spoke about, meeting with friends and sort of having like a buddy when you come into town. But then looking at that with your go-to-market strategy, what do you think you will go to market with? Are you going to go to market with all three? Because they are solving different problems, though for the same person, but different problems. So how do you think you'll go to the market with that? Or are you going to the market with all three, or are you going to pick one, and why are you going to pick amongst all three?
The first one that we think we need to pick is the bus routes and the to-do list app. Okay, that's a very important. Like if you want to go somewhere, suppose you want to start a new job, you need SIN, and you don't know what documents you need, you don't know where to go, you don't know the timings, you don't know the bus routes. So basically those two things are going to be the first thing that we assume we should start with. Later on, when we see success, then we can get information about the local stores and what the different offerings in the places in the city, and you can also integrate them. But integrating the to-do list to get all your important tasks done and how to reach there, cabs and everything is something important that needs to be done.
Yeah, because when you're new in Canada or new in any country, you're like so scared what to do exactly, and you don't know what are you going to do, and that's where this will help you when you know like, oh, this is the document I want to do, and this is the bus route, and this is where I have to go. So
one very simple example is that for obtaining a SIM card or phone number, you need passport and all those documents. Mm-hmm. But that's a rule for this country. But in my country, we don't need passport or anything. You can just show up, you just show a fingerprint, and it's just a normal government issue ID sometimes, and then you get a phone number. So the rules are different in different places. So when you come to an unfamiliar environment, it gets difficult to accommodate social anxiety and all those things.
Thank you.
Thank you for the pitch. Love the idea. Being an international student, I can definitely relate the pain factors a lot. I've done a degree in UK and here. Both the places I opted for university service. I'm not sure if you're aware about International Student Association, which are basically addressing most of the services you mentioned. Coming from a international student thought process, I'm wondering how would you prove your authentication, or how would you gain your trust of the customer?
the answer is within your question. You said that International Student Association is doing all those things. So maybe we can pitch our idea to them and they can pitch it to the students. Second thing is that not everyone is aware about ISAO or the other student bodies in different universities. There are many students that are completely unaware about those things. And so we want to create an application that's available for everyone, irrespective if a university has a student body or irrespective if the students know about the student body.
We just want to try to create a chain. So it's like me saying it to someone saying it to three people saying it to six people. So like it's a chain where everyone knows that this is the useful app and this would be helpful for you guys in future. So.
And if we want to make an ocean, we need to start with drop of water. Making small changes is what is going to help us in future.
That makes sense. How about your so your customers gonna be students or your customers gonna be ISO?
All type of newcomers, all the immigrants. Canada see a lot of immigrants in form of students. So majority of them would be students. Then the work permit holders and all the newcomers, like the refugees and etc. So mostly all the immigrants and not the student bodies in the universities.
So who will be involved in the financial model?
So in financial model, what we were thinking is that all the local stores and, for example, there are many stores that provide special deals on certain occasions, and then the banks do a different student programs and everything. So they can list their offers and everything on application for a minimal charge. That's the one thing. Second thing that we thought was that to keep this application, there are different solutions available and they charge money, but we don't want to do that. We want information to be available for different people, and so we're thinking making this application in donation wherein all the services are available to everyone, and instead you are paying a donation, and that's not mandatory.
For example, like RBC offers a lot of students like discounts for like banking and everything, so they can actually post their ad there, and students can see that this is a good like deal for us, and then we can join that. So.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a statement more than a question because I know we're at time. But just when you're pitching next time, I only made 3 bullet points from your 3 minutes. So I didn't find there was a lot of meat on the bone. You definitely had enthusiasm, and you definitely pitched the reason for it. But I think, Troy, where you were coming from is we've heard this lots, but more details on. We had to pull out of you in the question period the financials. I still don't really fully understand the business model. I don't understand actually how you're going to pull the data together, how you're going to do everything. And so more of that next time I think would be very beneficial when you get the 3 minutes in the elevator speech. Just want to provide some constructive feedback for next time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges, for the feedback and the questions that have been asked. And then Horizons, thank you guys for coming today. We have just one more theme before we proceed on a 5 minutes break, and that will be ZAPEC. So like we mentioned before, one of the team in the growth category will not be coming to pitch today. So just to note that again. ZAPEC will be coming on shortly while the judges wrap up what they are doing currently. By 6 o'clock, we'll be having a networking session, like we earlier said before. And at the dinner, there will be 3 categories of award. You never can say what's, you could be a winner. So please stay behind and let's all meet together after that. ZAPEC, please come. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Santosh, and I'm founder of ZAPEC. Statistically, around 80% of marketers in US rely on live events such as trade shows. And there are more than 12,000 events that happens in US alone every year. Now, can you imagine yourself in attending an event where you are surrounded by hundreds and thousands of attendees? The amount of information or conversation that happens between the attendees and the various business in the booths are tremendous. It runs for hours and hours. It is highly impossible to keep track of every single conversation. And it's the biggest challenge for event organizers as well as the people who are running the booths, the businesses. As a result, these invaluable interactions are never leveraged to understand the real customer needs, which makes the lead generation inefficient. Zapak is an event management platform with advanced analytics and conversational AI, which will revolutionize the way how the leads are generated in live events. Our solution is threefold. First, we gather all the communication that happens between the organizers and attendees before the event to gather more insights about the attendees' needs. Then, during the event, we capture the conversation between the attendees and the businesses across various booths. And finally, we process all the data that have been gathered, and we provide as a dashboards, which provides a metrics for identify your most potential customers. The significance of our solution compared to others in the market is based on our conversational chatbots, which we like to call as dashboards. These dashboards are integrated with our dashboards, and these are trained based on the data that have been collected during the event and with the historical events. Now the user can go into our system with the dashboards, and they can converse with these dashboards, asking for questions and suggestions, and the dashboards will reply based on the data that has been gathered. And it's again further integrated to the dashboard, and all the relevant conversation for which the metrics are available, the dashboard will be dynamically refreshed. At Zapak, we are not just any other traditional platform. It's a pathway for a business to better relate with the customer needs. We identify the customer needs through the human conversation and help you to build better leads for your business. Thank you for providing the opportunity. I would like to hear from you for your more valuable insights.
So who is your specific target audience that you want to go after first?
Okay, in terms of the market size itself, we are focusing on B2B trade shows, and the market size is evaluated to $20 million. That will be a serviceable, obtainable market. But the customer base will be the event organizers as well as the businesses, the booth owners. The real ideal case will be for the event organizers to collaborate with all the attendees and booth owners, but it may not happen always. So we give an interface for the event organizers to sync up with every booth owners. So if the event organizers does not provide our solution, the booth owners can implement our solution and embed with their business.
And is there a specific trade show you want to start with, like a demographic, or you're going to go broad?
Okay, demographic-wise, we are focusing on North America, but in terms of specific business, we generally wanted to focus on B2B. So our trademark is on the conversation that happens, right? So, but as we grow upon, we want to specialize in understanding the business needs and business segments. Say, for example, I'm from a technology and consulting background. So my previous company used to have trade shows every year or even multiple times in a year. And there are a lot of people coming with a lot of requirements. And so the problem here is not about exact business idea, but the conversation that happens between the customer and the businesses. But we will develop further to focusing on individual business segments.
Thank you for the pitch. I'm wondering, who is your target customer here, like the business you were mentioning, right? And how, let's say, I think they are already competitors in the market, the company who deals with it. How do you differentiate your
event management platform as a whole, there are a lot of tools, but our differentiation factor is about this conversation AI and the analytics platform. There are major players like Cvent and OHA where they arrange for these trade shows, but they don't really focus on analytics. So this is our niche area, and our target will be the businesses and the event organizers. So why I'm coming for event organizer? I'm not just an analytics platform. I want to provide an end-to-end solution, but my niche area is analytics platform. So the target customers will be any kind of businesses that has booths in the trade shows. And this is focused on B2B businesses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your pitch. I think one of the challenges that you will face is, the one-on-one conversations that would happen a lot in these events.
Yes.
How do you intend to solve that? How does your solution solve that?
Okay. So even in a simple meeting, if we get the details from the customer, it's very hard to digest. We do a lot of documentation. But when you're in an event, everything happens on the fly. People come in, they have a conversation. And out of 10 minutes, maybe 2 minutes is like a normal chit chat. Then you get into details. So now during on the fly, you cannot take notes. So we record and we digest on the fly as a text. So then after that, we will run through our model training where we identify the sentiments of the users, what they are trying to. Then also we will have a data set about the business offerings, right? Once the company registers, we will train to understand what their trade shows about, what their business is about. We'll try to match the user needs as well as the business offerings and see like what the users are going on. It can, if you are talking about 20 statements, 100 statements, we will break down each and every statements where the sentiment goes and how we can map with the company what is our offering. So all these we'll try to project in a possible way in metrics. If not, we will enable that to be given to the users through our conversation here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can kind of see where you're going with this. I guess there was recently a Distributech conference in Orlando. I think it would be an ideal kind of target for you. 18 to 20,000 people, B2B, utilities, original equipment manufacturers, and so on. Oh, but to expand on the last question, I guess, today there's already companies in the market that, work with these organizers to help match customers based on their interests, even recommend which tracks to go to, which booths to go visit, and so on. And so that happens, but the individual conversations, as you mentioned, to record, now we're getting into privacy, right? I remember at the Enlit conference in Paris last year, there was conversations that there'd be little signs about saying that, by the way, we're taking pictures and that can be up on the internet and you don't get a choice in that if you walk into the space, right? And I know that there were people that had concerns about that, let alone recording conversations, right? So how do you think you approach that?
This is a valuable question. Actually, we have thought about that. So our solution is not about storing their voice. Okay, if needed, we will get a consent. Okay, it depends on the booth owners or businesses. But we will on the fly we convert the voice as text. We don't store the voice. We will store the text. We will immediately it might be like a few minutes process. Back end it will be happening. We'll store as a text form. So by the way, we avoid this thing. But there are some kind of confidential information that might happen. But for that, we need to train our model to eliminate these kind of data sets. And worst case, we need to follow up with the consent that we have to inform the customers beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Zapik. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So, before we take a short break, I would like to inform the judges that, again, Neo won't be there. And then we are not sure if Beyond ID is here. Okay. All right. So we have all except Neo after the break. So we'll take a short break. And for the information of those who have come to WU Center for the first time, the washrooms are on the left. And then we have snacks and coffee outside in the foyer. And then we will begin with Bridge Sing. So I would like to request everybody to be back at 5 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Yeah, we are. So one more judge to go. Right, thank you everyone once again. We're starting the later section of the growth category. Thanks to all our sponsors, starting from RBC, Cost and Palmer, International Business and Entrepreneurship Center, and to everyone who is here today. We are really glad to have you. Without further ado, I'd like Bridge Sync Solutions to get ready. You'll be going shortly. All right, thank you. So just a few housekeeping rules. You have 3 minutes to pitch, 5 minutes for questions. So please be brief. Thank you.
So, Mohammed, how's your job search going on?
As much as I hate to say it, it hasn't been going that great so far.
Since the tech sector is saturated, I've heard every job posting nowadays is receiving thousands of applications.
That's true. Companies have adopted the application tracking system. So ATS basically helps the employers to shortlist the candidates based on their skills, and it also automates the employer resumes by leveraging automation for their screening process. And however, there are platforms such as JobScan and Job Resonate, but these platforms help the employees to optimize their resume based on the ATS factors.
Okay, so that sounds good.
Yeah. But here's the catch. The ATS optimization tools, for example, takes my resume into the picture and scans it against the job description that I'm applying for, identifies the missing skills, and recommends the missing skill to be added back to my resume so that I have a higher chance of landing back the interview. But again, it hasn't worked out for me so far either.
Why is that?
Yeah, so I did try adding back the skills, like I said, and yes, for sure, I did get a lot of job interviews. But unfortunately, I was rejected in all of these interviews because blindly copied the skills that were missing in my resume and just put it back into my resume. And I was completely unaware of the skills. Just to land the interview, I had to make up for it.
Oh, I see what's missing, Mohammed. The gap between your skills and the job description. So, so judges, introducing Skill Bridge, a platform to bridge the gap between you and your dream job. So the first feature of Skill Bridge is Skill Gap Analyzer. So once the candidate uploads their resume, our application recommends skills that are missing. And on top of that, we will also be recommending the resources from where the candidates can upskill themselves. So these resources are curated from the top edtech platforms, which are highly rated and free. So once the candidate upskill themselves with those missing skills recommended by our platform, they can move on to applying to jobs without tailoring their resume for every job description.
That sounds good.
Hold on, there's more to it. The second USP of our product is a feature called AI-based job recommendations. This is completely different from the traditional platforms like LinkedIn, which recommend jobs. So here, our AI-based feature scans the candidate's resume with thousands of job postings in the desired location, and then recommend only those jobs where the candidate stands a high chance of landing an interview. We have developed this model last year, and we have leveraged this in our co-op job hunt. And compared to our peers, we have landed 12 interviews, where our peers landed at max 1 or 2 interviews.
Thank you for the pitch. As you mentioned that you're different from LinkedIn, but I remember seeing there is a function in LinkedIn which says 68% match or some percent match. Is it similar you were mentioning, or is different?
That's ATS score. We do have that in our product, but what's different in our product is, let's say LinkedIn is one of the products. Let's say there's a specific product in this domain like job scan. So they identify missing skills and recommend those missing skills to be added to stand a high chance of landing an interview. But what we do is, instead of on top of providing the missing skills, we provide the resources to learn these skills.
To add on to this, the resources that we provide are all top rated and freely available. And we curated the database that we have for the evaluation from the top edtech platforms again.
This will in turn helps the recruiters as well, instead of wasting time on job seekers who just blindly copied the skills and populated their resume. Instead, by this, the recruiters can interview candidates which actually have skills.
So who is your main target customer? Is it recruiter or job seeker?
The main customers are the job seekers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you talked about how your product will help them, show them skills that they are missing and then tell them where they can take those skills. What if it will take me 3 months to get done with the skill by the time I'm going back to
I'm
apply
glad you
for the
pointed
job?
this out.
Yeah.
So the resources which we will be providing are not in-depth resources, because let's say if I'm a new grad, I've graduated, or if let's say if I'm an experienced professional, I am looking for a job. These skills, taking an example of Java, if the IT professional is skilled in Java, he can be skilled in Python as well. So we'll be providing resources that are short term and it won't take long. I mean, every resource we have is like 15 minutes that summarizes everything.
Okay.
And just to go with the modern trend, it's more of video tutorials rather than going through the traditional courses where you have to go through everything.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly where you're kind of landing as a company. It feels more like, well, you have some upfront help in the job search market. A lot of what you said, I see, like if you pay for LinkedIn Professional, for example, they recommend jobs that meet your skills and so on, and percent and all that kind of stuff. I see that you're taking it a step further though, and recommending where they can get the training from the areas where they lack. I see that sometimes being beneficial. It might depend, because in many cases those skills are, the employers are expecting that they actually have work experience using those skills, not just they've taken an e-learning course, for example. But in the cases where, like the example you gave, I could see it being beneficial. So are you really looking at yourselves being more of a training company? And no? Okay.
No, we are not a training company. So we are a company that bridges the gap between the job market and the requirements present in the job, because I'm currently in the same boat. I'm graduating next month, so I'm applying to a lot of jobs. So with my peers, what I've understood is even if they have skills, every job requirements require different stack. So we can't be tailoring our resume every time we apply to a job. So we are kind of a company that helps to optimize the resumes, and auto-apply is a feature which we have. The second feature? Yeah, the second feature is auto-apply, where the job seekers need not waste time searching for job postings. Our product recommend job postings where the resume is best fit, so they can directly apply. So we are a company that automates the job search.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a passion area of mine. So you're talking about skills, but I think what you're actually meaning is technical skills, like learning something in 15 minutes. Lots of people these days say, and I'm a true believer, it's more the transferable skills that are more important, and you can't learn that in 15 minutes. And to your point,
we do have
you need that
soft
experience.
skill and technical skill sections that we'll be providing the users with.
My worry is that it's a Band-Aid, and as an employer who's actually hiring, I want the deep experience, and somebody taking a 15-minute tutorial, I don't know if it's going to solve anything.
Like you said, let's say if I'm having experience with AWS Azure, if you require someone with GCP experience, Google Cloud, so having experience in Azure, this shows transferable skills in GCP as well. So if he's watching 15 minutes of videos on GCP, that's completely normal to have a transferable skill, and he can cope up well in the job. Yeah.
And that's where the title Brit skill also comes into the picture.
Thanks.
Thank you. Another solution for those seeking employment. As I understand, while looking for a job, getting a job is tough, but I think getting a good job is tougher. So I think we should also look at ideas of getting an app to enable us to get a better job. So in terms of the groups, except for NEO, they are not here, but all other groups are here. So the next one that we'll have pitching here would be Omnilingo. So I would like to invite Omnilingo. And again, you have 3 minutes. The timer is right on the screen there in front. The microphone is there. And then 5 minutes of Q&A. So if the judges are ready, we will begin. And after Omnilingo, we'll have Lingua Kids Daycare. So after this, we'll have Lingua Kids Daycare. So Omnilingo, if the judges are ready, then anytime you're ready, we'll begin.
Shall we start? Let's start. The timer started. Hello everyone, I am Shudip, a PhD student at UNB. Let me share one experience. In 2016, my roommate struggled with IELTS, appeared for 3 times, could not success. Due to the low confidence, I did not appear for the test even, because I am from the local regional language educational background. Fast forward to 2021. I achieved a good score in IELTS. What changed in these 5 years? In 2015, my journey started with an MNC, introduced me to global clients and native English speakers, refining my communication skills. Yet, the challenge remains same for millions who does not have this kind of resources. That ignited our company's mission, empowering those struggling with communication skills. We present Omnilingo, an automated English conversation platform powered by AI and machine learning. Imagine your speaking partner in your pocket, offering diverse conversations powered by AI and for diverse examinations like IELTS, TOEFL, PTE. Our application provides valuable feedback, round-the-clock support, and fluency level assessment. Our offerings include free tier with ads and premium subscription plans. Our startup targets an untapped niche, the global English proficiency test. That market is not operated by any of the current players. Let's talk about the market size. Global English proficiency test market valued 1.6 billion USD in 2021, and it will be achieved to 6.1 billion USD by 2030. So we are planning to tap in that market. Let me talk about the team. myself, Sudeep, a founder and CEO of Omnilingo, and Dr. Kenneth Kent is an advisory director for Omnilingo. Omnilingo, an AI-powered app, is your personal coach which bridges affordability and accessibility. Join us in this revolutionizing language learning application and making it available and accessible to everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
So you talk about it being affordable and accessible. What is the entry point? What would it take to get this in my pocket, as you say?
Yeah, so we are planning to create an application that will be tailored with different examination. It is not beyond to that. There is lot of scope in future. Those who are trying to get a job or something and not good in communication skills, they can also use our application. So we have a huge potential for the customers. And
so I guess specifically, what's the cost? Would it cost me $100, $200,
yeah, so
$50?
that I'm saying. So we have two kind of subscription plans. One is free, that will be going with the ad, and there is premium plans. There is a premium and premium plus. Premium will be 1 hour conversation with AI persona, and premium plus will give you unlimited access with a higher price range.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for the pitch. I'm struggling to understand the value proposition here. You mentioned about different exams. Is it like a practice material platform for all exams?
Yeah, it is not practice material, it kind of a conversation, dynamic conversation. So there is no app is providing dynamic conversation with AI or machine learning powered by AI and machine learning. So it will be dynamic conversation tailored to different kind of apps. So IELTS and PTE might be different. So our application cater different kind of examination. When the user is apply for the IELTS, so they will get the IELTS related conversation. When the user will be appeared for the PTE, they will be getting that kind of conversations. And also if there are some job and other things, there will be dynamic conversation based on that.
So instead of talking to a person or practicing with a person, it's mostly...
Yes, exactly. So there are several persons struggling to getting a speaking partner, and getting a native English speaking partner is highly cost effective. So this is a cost effective solution we are providing.
I'm wondering if you have thought about the skill set. Do you have the skill set in the company to get to the prototype stage?
Yeah, so I am a PhD in computer science, so I have a good experience on that. I have 9 years of experience in IT industry, and Dr. Ken have 25 years of experience in academia and industry. So we are looking for some developer, because PhD is taking a lot of time, so I could not spend a lot of time for the development of this minimal value MVC. So we are looking for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it made me think about, I think, would be competitors in the market for you.
Yeah, so
Rosetta Stone, for example.
Yeah, Duolingo and Cambly is a competitor, but they are not in that particular niche market.
Okay, and I guess that's the point, because with Rosetta Stone, if I'm, say, new to Canada, it would help me learn English, and I could speak into it to repeat sentences, and it would provide some correction to me. Right. But it's not very specific to the task, if you will. It's more general. So is that really your differentiator?
Yes, that is a differentiator, and I don't think there is any application which provides you conversation in speaking format. So, and that will not assess your fluency and give you a fluency level. So there is no such app existing as of now. So Omnilingo is going to tap that market.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions from you, ma'am? Okay.
We still have time.
I'm wondering who is your demographic? Where do you want to start it?
Most demographic position will be non-English speaking countries, like Asian countries and some African countries as well. So that will be the demographic reach for my application.
What would be your market strategy for that?
So first market strategy, what we think about that we will go with the partnership with these kind of companies like who are providing the IELTS and TOEFL I think that I forget that company's name. So they are actually the provider for IELTS examination in India. So we can tie up with them and they can promote our application to go to the customers. And there will be, of course, advertisement, other social medias we will use to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions from our judges, thank
Thank
you, Omniningo. All right, a very big thank you to our sponsors again, from our major sponsor, RBC, Custom Palmer, International Business and Entrepreneurship Center. To everyone present here, I would like to say a very big thank you again. We are gradually coming to the end of today's program. We have three more teams that will be coming up to pitch their amazing ideas. So please don't get tired. We are getting there gradually. While the judges wrap up the compilation for the recently completed team, I would like Lingua Kids Daycare to get ready if you are here. Lingua Kid? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Oh, there. Whenever.
Good afternoon. When I first came to Canada, the only thing I knew how to say in English was open the window. Guess what happened? Nobody ever told me to open the window. It was too cold outside. Today, I'm here to open the window for kids to thrive in a multilingual world. With New Brunswick's commitment to have more than 3,400 daycares by 2026, the demand is evident. Based on the Dunedin study, which highlights the importance of early childhood education, Lingua Kids aims to provide kids with an environment where they can thrive linguistically, socially, and academically. My target market is parents with children aged 1 to 5, and what they want is to have kids who can learn different languages, maybe their own languages. We will provide an environment where kids will be able to also support our environment. We plan to do this by providing sustainable practices, such as energy and water saving in our facilities. Financially, the capital needed will be for our operational and facility cost. What are the benefits of this daycare? Number one, it will be the fact that they will learn different languages. Number two, peace of mind for parents. And number three, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna like this one, I'm gonna make sure to tell kids to go to UMB when they're older. So that's my idea. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure being here today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your pitch. So my first question is, what's going to be the business model like? Are you going to have like a pay-as-you-go model, or is it subscription? What's the plan for payment?
So the plan is to have different educators from different parts of the world, and they will be speaking different languages. So let's say, for example, you want your kid to learn your official language, and then you want to go to your country and be like, speak to your grandmom in your language. You can have your kid immersed in that specific language provided by an educator. So my plan is to have different educators with different languages.
Yeah, but how the parent is paying, right? So are they going to be paying on a day-to-day basis, or is it going to be on a monthly basis? Are they going to be subscribing to the service? Because it's a service model, right? So how is the payment going to work? What's the payment plan going to be like?
So it will depend on the frequency of attendance. That will be the first thing. And then the second thing, it will depend on what you want for your child. So if you want your child to be immersed in a more thorough learning, then it will be a little bit more expensive. But the prices will be similar to what's on the market right now. So if they want their kids to learn a little bit more, then they will have to pay a little bit more. So it will depend on what type of program they want for their child.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Is this going to be brought into the daycares, or is this really actually like online at home?
No, so the plan is to be an actual daycare. So this case, the educators, instead of just being like normal educators, will be people who speak different languages. And it's actually, the research shows that people who have different languages, they tend to be more empathetic, they have more emotional intelligence, and then they thrive better in their career in the future.
Okay, that's where I thought you were going with the pitch, but when you answered the last question, I started to doubt myself in terms of how you were going to operate. Okay, so really this is kind of a value-add daycare where they're going to have the different languages. Depending on where you are and the different customer requirements, though, for the languages, how will you manage that? So let's just say, because there's legal restrictions on how many kids you can have in a daycare, if the languages that the different groups of kids there are very different, how will you manage all the different languages, I guess?
So what I'm planning to do, first of all, before opening the business, is doing some research on the most, like the languages that are, like the ones that are most spoken in the world, and trying to have those languages first. So we will provide like different languages first, like a few, let's say like maybe like 10 languages, so 10 different educators, and then parents can choose from those languages. And let's say that there's a language that a parent wants and we don't have it available. What I will do is try to find an educator for that specific parent, so then they will pay a little bit more. But even if so let's say you want your kid to speak Italian because you're going to Italy in the summer, then you could be like, okay, for this semester I want my kid to focus on Italian. And even if the kid is not gonna speak it in the future, it's gonna improve their cognitive ability. So, to be honest with you, I forgot your question right now, and I don't know where I went. but your kid is gonna be very smart if they go to my daycare.
I think it's an amazing concept, and especially in this day and age. My worry, though, and maybe to piggyback what you're saying, is, like I just don't know where you're going to source all these people speaking all these different languages. And for example, my child wants to learn Italian, and you've got 3 people working there who speak 3 different languages. Where are you going to find the person to speak Italian for that semester? Because you can only, like a daycare, there's only so much money you can make and afford to hire people. So I just worry, maybe you have to get the people in virtually, but I just worry how you're going to source the people to speak different languages. Because it's starting to add complexity to a daycare model that's probably already a little complex.
Yeah, so my plan is to do a lot of networking and trying to find, like even here at university, you find people from everywhere. So just providing them with opportunities, like I'm looking for a person who's able to speak Italian. I'm looking for a person who's able to speak Farsi. And then I can bring them on into this initiative. And then when I have them, they're also going to be able to do word of mouth marketing, like, hey, you should come to this daycare. So then it will bring more people in. And listen, I think it's going to be so amazing that at some point it's going to be like go-go and it's like go-go daycare. And then I'm planning to have it like in Moncton, Edmundston, every place I can think of. But networking will be the thing to attract those talents, which I believe New Brunswick has a lot of talent.
I don't worry about you sourcing them. I just don't know how you're going to pay them all. But that's, anyways, you can take it offline.
So with you, I'm going to pay them with your investment. So for staffing and stuff like that, I will do investment networking activities where I'm going to make sure that when I present to them, they see the value in this. Because the future is in our kids. So if we make our kids smarter, we're going to be smarter in the future. So yeah, I'm thinking of pitching to investors and be like, you need this daycare. here for your kid, your grandkids, and invest.
Thank you for the pitch. I do see the value because coming from different ethnicity, we do value our kids learning the same language or same culture. But I think I have the similar question with other judges where I don't, like, I think there could be challenges. Have you talked to any of the parents, how, like, if they would trust daycare, have you talked to any customers?
I was actually talking to a lady outside before presenting today, and she was saying that she will love this because she wants her future kid to speak Romanian, and I was like, oh, I need someone to speak Romanian in that daycare. So I've spoken to a few people about this opportunity and what they think of, because it's always good to get feedback. And people are interested in doing this type of stuff because in New Brunswick, there's no daycare that provides learning in different languages, French and English, but not other languages. So parents do see the value. Now, getting their trust, that will be my job to really do research on how can I get them to come here and show them the value. Kids are investments. So I'm gonna show them that invest in your kid and you won't be in a home when you're older. What do you call those things? Like when you're older, like a home place?
That sounds good. Okay, never mind.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Invest.
Thank you, Lingua Kids Daycare again. So many amazing ideas in different diverse areas: employment, engineering solutions, sports, healthcare. And finally, it's coming to an end. We have 2 more groups. But I think J. Herbert Smith Center should organize more of such pitching competitions so that we get to see so many exciting ideas. But this would not have been possible without the support of our sponsors. We have 2 more groups before we call it the day, and then the winners will be announced during the dinner time. But before that, I would like to again encourage everyone to be present during the networking session that begins at 6 p.m. right outside this hall, and 6:30 we'll have the dinner and awards. Again, I would like to remind that in addition to the prizes for the winners, we also have 3 special awards. That's not directly related to the competition here, but nevertheless very important awards. So next up we will have Medicine Solutions, and then the last group will be Beyond ID. So if Medicine Solutions, if you're ready. So welcome, Medicine Solutions.
Good evening, everyone. In 2022, 17,000 patients died while waiting for the emergencies, for their diagnostics or the surgery, which constitutes for the 5% of nation's total death in Canada in 2022, some of which could have been saved with the efficiency of the physician management. And according to Canadian Institute for Health Information, there is around 246 doctors per 100,000 population in 2022. Here I am presenting myself, Astha Davar from India. I come to you with the vision of an innovative application, MediTrack Pro, streamlining healthcare. So recently I met with a painful incident where I had to visit the emergency. With a fever of around 104 degrees, I had to take a cab to visit the hospital because I am an international student and I don't have ambulance coverage and I cannot afford that expenses. After facing multiple symptom-related questions, I was initially offered Advil that I was taking for last 3 days at my home. and I couldn't find any relief. So after a long wait of 3 hours on those uncomfortable chairs with high anxiety and frustration, I finally met the doctor. Also, like 6 months ago, a nurse prescribed me with an X-ray, and till date, I haven't received any communication or regarding the appointment or the wait time. Emergency department is very important. With a population of around 38 million people in Canada, around 15 million people visit and they have unscheduled appointments. So saving the lives is very important. Here I come with a MediTrack Pro streamlining healthcare, which offers monitoring of doctors with their specialties, their patients, and beds availability in nationwide. And its main feature is priority scheduling dynamically based on the disease using AI, which makes a differentiator from the hospitals that they are using Canadian triangle and acute scaling factor. So, and also there is one of the competitor that focuses only on the emergency, providing wait time, but don't schedule the appointments. So let's revolutionize healthcare and save the country. Thank you.
So I love your passion, and you paint a very compelling reason why something like this is needed, but I actually don't know what this is, so I don't fully understand what your product solution is. So maybe you can just go in a little more detail. What are you actually providing, and how are you going to make money?
So when we go to the hospital under emergency, they follow a Canadian triage and acuity scale, according to which they assess how important the urgency of the patient is. But they will only do it upon arrival. But our app will do dynamic scheduling. Suppose there are 2 patients. So one comes first having a stomachache, but their disease is not life-causing. The second person come in and their disease is life-causing. So scheduling the patient first, and the patient don't have to go to the hospital emergency room, because sitting there with no wait time, and receptionists don't even know what is the wait time. They'll say that we'll call out your names when your turn will be there. So sitting at home, and then you can just go to the hospital when you have your number.
Thank you for the pitch. I do see the value because the situation you explained, I suffered the same. Have you talked to the hospital? I believe, like what you explained, your primary customer should be hospital who would be using your platform, or who are you planning to charge, or who is your target customer here?
So the customer will be both the hospitals and the patients, because with the hospital, if they know that by the previous analysis, this is the disease and this is the time of the period when the disease is coming, they can schedule their staff accordingly. So it will help the hospitals also. They don't have to do all the paperwork again and again, keep multiple people, and even sitting in the emergency room, 2 people can get infected if it is a case of fever, viral, or cold. And for customer, it would be a subscription-based model, because they can track the waiting time at sitting at home, and it will be a very transparent system.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for your pitch. So you mentioned that it will be a subscription model, but then, it's an emergency situation. I don't think anybody wants to, subscribe to be on an emergency situation with the hospital. So that's something that I think you probably will need to rethink on that end. And then secondly, have you spoken to the doctors? Because you said you're going to be monitoring doctors. And then on this, it sounds more like a B2B. And do you think doctors would want to be monitored as to how they are handling their patients? Is that something you think doctors would be interested in or would like to have?
So, considering with the first point, so even if we are in emergency situation, we take like in the year starting, we take a yearly plan or a monthly plan because emergency can happen anytime. And even if you go to the hospital, anyways, we have to tell like what symptoms we have in the starting, then to the nurse, and then to the doctor. So it's gonna be a multiple process. Even if you are weak, you need to tell. So if you, but at home, it's considerable because you are at your own comfort and you can just fill the assessment. And if your disease is very on priority, your appointment will keep on rescheduling based on AI severity, and then you will get notified.
The other question was, thank you for that. The other question was, do you think doctors would like want to be monitored on how they are, seeing patients? Have you spoken to doctors to see how they feel about that, or what their opinion is on that?
I didn't have a word with the doctors, but when I faced this situation, I thought this is a very critical concept that needs to be addressed, because we do have apps that do the virtual consultation, but there is no app that consider the emergency situations. In like with the virtual consultation in emergency situation, you cannot rely on the virtual thing. You need to visit the doctor physically.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I have more of a comment than a question. I like the idea. I like the pitch. The one thing I was thinking of, Greg mentioned at the very beginning of the pitch, I wasn't sure exactly what you were offering. I get a little bit better of a sense through the questions that the judges have asked you. It feels like there's maybe more there than needs to be. Your idea, I think, of the virtual queue, if you will, I think is an excellent idea because of the problems that were discussed here, and it solves a lot of issues. I think your customer is probably more the health district and or governments, because it's usually done at that level. Going beyond the virtual queue, I'm not sure. I think it gets more complicated for integration into the system and stuff. I don't think doctors are going to be dynamically scheduled based on volumes. I just don't think they're going to go for that based on, as you said, the numbers and things like that, and they're already stretched. But just that virtual healthcare queue, knowing that, hey, right now there's an 8-hour lineup at the hospital or 12 hours, and based on my symptoms, I'm probably going to be at the end of that, right? Figuring out that, I think that solves a big problem. And so I think you've got a really good idea there. And I think if it's maybe just focused a bit more, I think that the smaller scope will have a bigger impact.
Yeah. And I also have an add-on that we have a limited physicians. Every year, like 2% only, we have an increase in physicians. So whatever we can do is maximizing the efficiency of whatever we have. We cannot, because increasing the healthcare resources is not in our control. So we can just take a maximum output of whatever doctors we have in the country.
All right, thank you very much. That will be the last question for this session.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been a very exciting day, and I've got a couple of technology items that I would like to research further on just to know. It's been mind-opening. For the last team that I'll be presenting today, we have Beyond ID. I guess they are somewhere seated now. Okay, just give me a minute, or you can come further and stay here while the judges wrap up the evaluation for the last session. All right, thank you, everyone. Just to remind us, the networking session starts by 6 p.m. prompt. It's going to happen just outside at the foyer. Please get ready. Like we mentioned earlier, 3 minutes is not enough to communicate all that you have. So once you meet with people, you can express yourself, get feedback from people. And right after that, we'll be going to the dinner session. We'll also be announcing the winners. And then we have 3 categories of awards coming up. So we've got more exciting things planned for the night. Thank you very much. You will be starting in just a few minutes while the judges wrap up. All right. Okay, it's your choice. All right.
Hi, everyone.
Just a bit.
All right.
The judges ready?
You can go ahead once you're ready.
That's okay. Hi, everyone. Have you tried to transfer money and think, oh, is it safe? Should I do that? Or maybe, are they a scammer? And maybe you have a small online business and you want to onboard your customers and you don't know how. I'm beyond IT, with one hand in customer's hand and another in company's hand. Our dear companies, we are here to connect you to millions of customers for faster, safer, and seamless financial experiences. We help you to onboard your customers, fight fraud, and make better risk decisions. And our dear customers, we connect you to a world of financial services. With us, manage your finances confidently and knowing you have a trusted partner in every transaction that you want to have.
So at the heart of Beyond ID lies our commitment to use cutting-edge technology. So for example, our AI-based face and gesture detection, we integrate them to offer secure connection for everyone. So making sure your application is both safe and seamless. So for example, our behavior analysis and detection algorithms are constantly at work, trying to improve, trying to adapt to emerging threats, making sure your digital identity, that's a very important thing, is always safeguarded, always protected. So we don't just use that, we go beyond conventional security measures with something called zero trusting. So this zero trusting means that nothing is just trusted, everything should be authenticated, everything should be verified. And using this model, for example, every transaction request, every connection request just should be verified, should be authenticated with our model. So in Beyond ID, we go beyond these conventional models, conventional cybersecurity things. And we use cutting-edge cybersecurity technologies to make sure it's just your identity is protected. So that was all from our side, and I know that it's been a long day for you, especially for the judges. We are literally the last group, but I'm happy. I appreciate that you listened to our presentation, our pitch. So we'll be happy to hear any comments, questions, or ideas that you may have about our pitch. Thank you. Sorry, the mic was off. No one told me.
Maybe mine, no.
I think similar to a couple other groups, I'm not exactly sure what your company actually does and what your idea is. So it sounds like you're connecting businesses and customers, but I don't understand where you're making money. I don't understand what the business model, I just don't understand.
Okay, nice. I'm trying to mention that we are a third-party company. In one hand, customers, and other hands, companies. Because I've been working as a fintech product manager, for example, for maybe 7 or 6 years, and always connection between two sides are a problem. We need to protect data, we need to people feel safe. So as a third-party company, we are try to make these connections secure, safe, and all about the privacy.
So is this basically you're helping to basically it's like a KYC type of ensuring that they are well KYC'd and ensuring that, exchange of payment between the company and the customer is well monitored, basically.
Exactly.
Okay, so how much KYC are you going to be doing from customer to the company? Like, what's the level of, fraud monitoring that you're going to be doing between both parties?
It depends on business, the first one. If you want to provide service for example, banks, it's completely different other than other companies, for example, online shop. We can start with the basic one, just know your customers. Maybe we need just documents, or at the next level, we need face detection, we need to have gesture detection. When it comes to financial services, nowadays we are trying to track customers' behavior. It completely depends on the business that what we want to service.
So what business or customer do you think will benefit the most from your initiative, basically?
Every business that have two sides, we are in between.
Okay.
You know?
Okay, thank you.
Can you name your target customer, and have you talked to any of your target customer?
As I mentioned, our target customer could be banks, financial services, any kind of financial services, online shops, or as
Like
I
RBC?
What?
Like RBC?
Exactly. I'm here just because of RBC, because I'm thinking about the banks in Canada, and I want to create a pitch about my idea, our idea, and I'm here exactly for that idea. Because when I came to Canada and I opened the app, and I want to just scan my face, my documents, and done, but I couldn't find these features in apps, and I was shocked at that moment. So I'm looking for this opportunity. We are looking for this opportunity. My teammate is computer science, and he's engineer. And we think about any steps that we need to pass for any kind of identity verification, KYC and KYB in the next level. We can evaluate the businesses at the next site.
Something that I wanted to add here is that our customer, our clients can be anyone that cares about privacy, because we have a term that is like attack surface in cybersecurity, meaning the points that you can be attacked from. So for example, if you have like 20 apps on your phone and you just get authenticated for all of those 20 apps, your attack surface is as big as 20 apps, and actually the security is as weak as the weakest ring in the chain, you know? So having the service like beyond ID, having a system, having a service that does it all for you and just gives service to all of those 20 apps, we can just improve the privacy, improve the security for our clients. That just it can trust us, and we can give the information to all of those 20 apps. So yeah, we're actually improving privacy as well.
So, I have to admit, it is the end of the day, and so it may just be me slow thinking, but I'm still struggling to understand, you know, I do banking today. So if I need to pay a bill, whether it be to the gas company, the city, or someone else, I use my banking app. Now, it is very secure. It is so secure the government, you know, trusts that authentication for, you know, for me to access my taxes and everything else, right? The banking system and requirements here in Canada are very, probably the toughest you're going to get in the world. So I feel very secure in that. Where does this company come in? How do I, as an individual, benefit from your service above and beyond what's already available in the market today?
You want to answer? Imagine you are going to get service from 2 banks at least. Your insurance. You want to have an online shop. For example, you have Amazon app on your phone, and you have Netflix app as well. So you have a lot of apps with different passwords, with different security or login process. We can add all of these platforms in our app, and people just need to one authentication, and you have the same password. We just protect all these steps, and you just need to log in once, and we connect to all these companies and make all these connections secure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beyond ID, and that's the last group that we had today for the pitches competition, but it's not over yet. We'll have the networking session following this. So I would like to thank everyone for joining us today and congratulate all the participants for those excellent pitches that we have seen today. So many diverse ideas. And I would also like to thank the judges for your valuable input and for your time. And once again, on behalf of the center, I would like to thank our sponsors, RBC, our main sponsor for this event, Cox & Palmer, and IBEC. And I would like to thank everyone for your continued support. We'll have this important networking event following this, and therefore I would like to request everyone to be at the foyer, and following which we'll have dinner at 6:30, wherein we will announce the winners. And again, as I informed earlier, we'll have 3 very distinguished awards to be presented in addition to the winners from this competition. And request to our judges for this growth event as well as for the ideas event, I would like to request you to come back to this auditorium at 6:20 so that we can have a quick chat before we make the announcements. So with that, I would also like to thank, in addition to our sponsors, judges and participants, our backbone, our faculty and staff from J. Herbert Smith Center, and then we will see you during the networking session and the dinner. So thank you once again. Thank you for the excellent pitches. Thank you.